Right. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Eyes on the Audit with Mama Bear, brought to you by Vigilante Media. How are you, Mama Bear?
I'm good. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody in this crazy world.
Hello to everybody in the chat. Hello to Jenny, always the first one in, Jenny. Hey, Nathan, Barbara, Ripple. Who else we got?
Wow. Exciting.
Very exciting.
Enjoy.
Yep, have a lovely day tomorrow, man.
Wow.
Tell David I said hello. And I still need to figure out what he wants to do with that website. Oh, my bloody neck, Mama Bear. I've got a serious neck issue developing.
Sorry for the delay. We were planning to go live earlier. I lost power. And I lost my internet, so we had to wait for me to get power and internet back so we could go live.
And I got stoned. So who's that?
So I sat here freezing. Because as you know, we are in a cold blitz here in upper Northeast. Well, freezing. So we are freezing here. Down south is getting a snowstorm. Florida's covered in snow. New Orleans is had over 10 inches of snow. And up here, up north, we're freezing. I had minus 22 below zero yesterday. So we're kind of chilly. It's kind of chilly.
Chilly around the willy.
Yeah. Chilly.
So how is everyone today? How is Jenny? How's Nathan? How are you guys doing over there? Ripple Media, Ripple Effect Media, what's going on, bro?
My son said it was 80 in LA today. Because my son's in LA. He hasn't been affected with the fires, so he says it smells. It smells. He was in the evacuation zones, but the fires have not affected him. So some of his friends have lost their homes. But he has not been affected by them. So we keep in touch, but he has not been affected. But there is people out there, price gouging, trying to buy up people's properties.
Of course.
They are trying to buy up people's properties right and left. Non-stop out there. It is unreal, he said. Unreal.
They did the same thing in Maui, remember?
Yes, they did. They did. They have people going around. It is not the investors. It is people for the investors trying to buy people's property. It is totally unreal, he said.
They are
Totally.
They're vampires. That's what they are.
He said it's unbelievable.
They're literally the definition of vampires. They profit on the miseries of other people.
Yes.
Lies in the profiting of the misery and the backs of miseries of other people.
Yes. It's unbelievable, he said. Totally unbelievable. Unbelievable.
For as long as there's war, they profit in war. There'll always be war.
Yes. Yes, yes. It is unbelievable. We do have a few videos to play for you. There is a couple interesting ones to play for you.
Yeah, if you want me to play them, I can try.
There was one that I pulled up, and I did there is. Hey, Jab Up. Hey, Inferno.
Hey, Inferno. Jump up. How you doing, mate?
that people haven't really looked at. A lot of people are worried about our economy, and they're looking at just certain things in our economy here in the United States. And they're looking more at grocery prices and gas prices. And Mellows and I have talked about this in Jitsu. And it's not just gas prices and groceries prices we need to worry about. There's something else we need to really worry about.
As Biden exits, how will he be remembered for his handling of the U.S. economy? Really? Let me try to answer that, because we just got multiple data points that show some very scary economic news that will hit American banks and consumers very hard in the next few months. Biden isn't just leaving office. He's handing Trump an economic time bomb, and the timer is already ticking. And this isn't hyperbole. It's reality. We're just months away from seeing this explode. Now, if you have money in a bank, like a local bank, you're going to want to pay attention to this. Before we get to the economy, we've been asking for a year or more on this show, who's actually running the White House? Who's in charge? Well, now we know. The CIA is. Speaker Mike Johnson just admitted this weekend a bombshell about his meetings with Biden.
In some ways, I actually kind of feel sorry for Joe Biden. I mean, he's in the twilight years of his life. He is not, obviously, has not been in charge for some time. They finally relented. They invited me to the White House. I show up and I realize it's actually an ambush, because it's not just me and the president. It's also Kamala Harris, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem, the CIA director, everybody. And then, so I walked in the Oval and, I know what this is. The president reaches over just like right next to the fireplace in the Oval, and he grabs my arm and he says, "The speaker and I just need a couple minutes together. Would y'all just leave us alone?" And I looked up on the faces of some of the staff standing around the wall, and they're like, "Oh, no, he did it." So he called it. He's the commander in chief. So everybody leaves, and he and I are standing awkwardly in the middle of the Oval Office. And I said, "Mr. President, thanks for the moments. This is very important. I got some big national security things I need to talk to you about that I've heard, and I think you know, and what do we do? But first, real quickly, Mr. President, can I ask you a question? Sir, why did you pause LNG exports to Europe? Like, I don't understand, And he looks at me stunned with this, and he said, I didn't do that. I said, "Mr. President, yes, you did. It was an executive order, 3 weeks ago." He goes, "No, I didn't do that." And he's arguing with me. I said, "Mr. President, respectfully, could I go out here and ask your secretary to print it out? We'll read it together. You definitely did that." And he goes, "Oh, you talk about natural gas." "Yes, sir." He said, No, you misunderstand. He said, "What I did is I signed this thing we're gonna conduct a study on the effects of LNG." I said, "No, you're not, sir. You paused it." He was not lying to me. He genuinely did not know what he had signed.
So yeah, the deep state, the CIA, putting pieces of paper in front of the president, telling him it's one thing, he's signing, and he's actually signing something totally different, running America into the ground. So back to the economy that they've ruined. Let's start with inflation, okay? Because this is where the liberal media is running cover like you wouldn't believe. Here's the liberal magazine, The Economist, this weekend. Joe Biden wound up serving up Donald Trump, meaning Biden paved the way for an economic boom. Here's another one from Time magazine. Don't give Trump credit for the success of the Biden economy. Okay, right. Don't worry, but I'm sure you'll blame him when this economic bomb goes off in the next 8 to 10 months. So on inflation, every headline out there wants to convince you that inflation is cooling or easing. But what does that actually mean for your wallet? It means prices are still going up, just at a slightly slower pace. And they're acting like that's some kind of a win. Economist Peter Schiff nailed it when he said this: inflation is not going down, it's going up.
I mean, I don't know how they could be spinning this bad inflation report as good news. Yes, the core number was 1/10 cooler than expected, but the headline number was 1/10 hotter. Inflation is headed much, much higher. The markets have totally got this wrong.
Meanwhile, grocery prices are still climbing. Rent is going through the roof. Energy bills are crushing American families. Does that sound like inflation is cooling to you? Even the Financial Times admitted that wages aren't keeping pace with the cost of living. But the mainstream media buries that part of the story. But some people get it, like Trump's Treasury nominee, Scott Benson. He says Biden intentionally screwed up the U.S. economy and the deficit.
Because I will tell you, I am very concerned about what is happening right now. We have never had a budget deficit like this. We are at 7% of GDP in terms of the deficit. We've never had this when it's not a recession, not a war. And what do we have to show for it? We have they have created 18,000 manufacturing jobs. Last year, the economy only created 250,000 private sector jobs. This is a takeover of the government of the private sector.
He's absolutely right. And of course, we can't do anything with this mounting national debt. The media won't talk about it, the national debt. Under Biden, we've blown past 100% of GDP, the highest level since World War II. That means we're spending more than we're making as a nation. And the interest payments alone are becoming unsustainable. But we might finally get a Treasury Secretary that isn't dumb as a bag of rocks and understands that our government will collapse unless we stop spending. During his confirmation hearing, Trump's Treasury pick warned Congress this week about all of this spending.
We do not have a revenue problem in the United States of America. We have a spending problem.
But of course, instead of listening to experts, what do we get? More spending bills, more pork barrel projects, more empty promises. This isn't just irresponsible, it's downright dangerous for future generations. Benson also dropped an incredible idea, building a sovereign wealth fund where America invests in itself. Just so you understand how big a deal this is. This is exactly, by the way, what Norway does. You know, those Scandinavian countries that liberals love to talk about?
You can hear the Republican attack ad right now. He wants America to look more like Scandinavia.
That's right. That's right.
Norway uses its incredible wealth they get from oil production. They invest that money in American companies like Apple and Microsoft as part of a sovereign wealth fund. So Scandinavia invests in America, sees amazing growth as a result. And we don't even do that. We print money and then we send it to Ukraine. How backwards? Next, let's talk about the biggest bombshell of all, the bank failures that are looming, okay? The Biden bombshell of all bombshells is about to hit. I spoke with trends forecaster Gerald Celente this week, and what he revealed should have every America concerned. Celente told me that this year we could see hundreds of banks fail in the United States. Why? Because of the empty office spaces littering major cities across the country. Over 40% vacancy rates for office buildings in American cities. Turns out that when Biden handed out free checks to everyone, told people to stay home, it had devastating consequences for our economy. Commercial real estate is on life support right now. Celente described this as a ticking time bomb for the banking industry. Listen.
Your office vacancy rate, depending on the numbers you're looking at in the largest cities, are around 20% vacant. Now these leases are up. People aren't going to be taking back the spaces that they had. Going back, there's going to be an office building bust that nobody's talking about. And it's going to bring down the banks. You're looking at over $2 trillion worth of commercial real estate loans coming due. There's going to be defaults on them. Let's go back to 2023. Remember Signature Bank, First Republic, and Silicon Conman Valley Bank went bust? Look what happened to the equity markets and gold prices. Equity markets were collapsing, gold prices. That was 3 banks. You got hundreds of banks that are going to see defaults on these loans. No one is talking about it.
So this time bomb will detonate just as Trump's first year unfolds. Where's the mockingbird mainstream media on this story? Silent as usual, of course. They're too busy praising Biden for his strong economic legacy to tell you about the banks that are teetering on the edge of collapse as a result of this empty office space problem. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is a reality backed by hard numbers. This isn't fantasy. I'll ask you guys to comment below. How many people do you know have left an office building and haven't gone back to work? They're working from home now. We've got to protect our families and make sure that we're being strategic, especially if most of our savings are sitting right now in these US dollars inside of US banks. We need to be practical and we need to be prepared. So we'll be watching the economy very closely with the incoming administration. Do they make it worse? We will hold them accountable. Or can they fix this disaster? Time will tell. So that's the news update part of today's video. Now I want to tell you about our sponsor for today's video, Cybin Incorporated. More on that in a second. You need to pay attention to that, okay? So that's it, right, guys? This week, the United States of America now has a new president. It's going to be incredible. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is ready to become the new Secretary of Health and Human Services, making America healthy.
It's going to be incredible. We're all saved.
Okay. Basically, is happening is all these empty buildings, all these empty office spaces. There's no rent being collected.
Well, we might be able to put the migrants in them.
And basically, banks are going to get them all back. It's going to collapse the banks.
Trump's going to save us, Marbear.
And it's like they bailed out the banks in California. There is not enough money in the reserves to bail out every bank. Because there's no money in the reserves. We're screwed, guys. We're screwed, guys.
So because
We are really bad off here in the U.S. There ain't enough gold and silver to save us. The real estate is collapsing. The real estate is going to collapse the U.S. Because the real estate, there's so much real estate that's going to go back to the banks. These big skyscrapers that are empty is going back to the banks. There is so many empty buildings in Chicago, in New York. Correct. Commercial real estate is a big problem. You hit it right on the nose head. We are in trouble. We are in trouble with commercial real estate. And nobody's looking at that problem. They are going to collapse the banks. And all these federal workers, I've seen it all over Twitter. I've seen it all over TikTok. I have seen it all over Facebook. I don't have babysitter. What am I gonna do? I don't have a babysitter. What am I? Excuse me. You're working from home. You should have a babysitter taking care of your child so you could be working. Excuse me? I have a problem with this. I have a serious problem with these federal workers saying, I don't have a babysitter. Who's been watching your kid while you're having Zoom meetings and you're talking to clients? I have a problem. No, Inferno, not with federal workers. Not with federal workers, I'm sorry. You know, you can't have that Tesla sitting in your driveway. I raised 5 kids, had a house, 2 vehicles, and paid child care. And both of us worked. Called co-op that big child care.
Oh, come on, where are you?
Called co-op that child care. Guess they should pay $1,000 HOA fee. Find a cheaper housing. I don't feel sorry for them. You don't have to live in the most upscale housing development just because you're a federal worker. I'm sorry. Come back down the peg. My ex-husband was a state worker, but we didn't live in an upscale housing development. We bought a fixer-upper and fixed it up. We taught our kids hard work. Finally, somebody said it. Finally, somebody said it. We're getting there. Yes, Dreams goes to Mars. I took a nap this afternoon. I'm in rare form.
No, I bloody can't find it. Sorry.
Robert Mack, I've never known you to be shy. Wait a minute, you're not in the country, so you're being nice. Robert Mack's out of the country. Please, everybody, go to Robert Mack's stream. next month, he will be going to the orphanage and feeding the children at the orphanage around March. He will be going to the orphanage after he returns from Thailand. Robert Mack is getting ready to go to Thailand. Robert Mack Media goes to Vietnam and Thailand. And he is in Thailand. He's had some really good streams lately in Thailand, in Vietnam.
Sounds cool.
Yes, he's been over there. I don't know if you've caught any. He's done some really good ones. Matter of fact, they just won the championship over there. And he live streamed that. The traffic has been outrageous over there. But yes, he has been over there. He's been on some motorcycle rides. He got lost in Saigon. He did a trip over there. He showed the river over there. And he went down through the markets over there. Oh, you're going to take it to members only? Well, I'm not a member, so I won't be able to watch it then. I won't be able to watch it because I'm not a member. I was going to play it. Oh, can I play it, Robert? Okay. All right. Well, here is one of Robert's streams. In Vietnam. He does some really good
Good
ones.
evening, everybody. Robert Mack here in Vietnam. It's about 7:40 or something like that in the evening. We're down in the heart of Saigon, right around, I guess you'd call it Quan 1, District 1. Temperature's nice. It felt cooler earlier, but just, I guess when you're out between the cement buildings, it's a little warm, but it's still nice. Make a long story short, here's a building, famous building. It's about 80 some stories. 81. Look at that. See that deck up there? Look, you guys have probably seen this building in Vietnam. Hey, Tim, TW11, what's up, man? Nice to have you here, brother. This is that building everybody sees when they come to Vietnam with the
Let me pull it up, Robert. I've never seen a double decker over there.
Double-decker bus.
Yeah.
You got to come to London. They're everywhere.
Yep. They had a double decker bus in Saigon.
top of the bus. We had to wait. Oh my God, what's happening? We got bad service here.
I've never seen one there before.
Howie, what's up, brother? We're attempting to take this bus somewhere. I don't know where, but we waited so I can get a front row seat here. And I smell durian. Woo. Oh, man, is it in there? Where? Woo. Oh, they got that durian. Woo-hoo. Look at that. They got some of that stuff. Hey, that's that durian. You know when you've seen a durian, you can smell it a mile away. Hey, going great. What's up, man? How you doing, brother? We're on the bus to somewhere. This is a double-decker bus in Saigon, and we're fixing to take you wherever it goes. We paid for 3 of us, and
look at all those
you guys are
motorcycles.
gonna go with me. We're gonna go around. It should leave pretty quickly here, another 5-10 minutes. But let me show you. Look at that durian. Woo-wee. Look at the flowers down there. Looks nice. Douglas Williams, hello, brother. Nice to have you here. I appreciate you coming. Once we get going, you guys are going to see, I guess, places, the key locations. I don't know, but we'll see where it goes. We'll stay on until they boot us off. What's it cost? Hey, how much was this? It's 150,000 dong per person to ride this bus. If you see, you got a whole top here, and then you got a bottom too, downstairs. Look, see downstairs? They're trying to pack everybody on this bus. The other bus didn't have too many. They need to hit the gas, step on the gas. Let's go. Let's get going. Let's get her done. Thanks, Douglas. I appreciate it. In a building, so that's I forgot what building that is. It's some kind of government building. I can't remember. It's not a post office. It's something. But let me sit down so I don't lose my seat. I'm going to take them up because I can film, hopefully. Yeah, Maui, when I get in, I'll let you know. I'm going to meet Cabo and a few other people also. Hey, Ernest Connell. Hey, brother. We're fixing to go for a bus ride on the double-decker bus to somewhere. See the window here? Got a little bird poop on there. They need to get up here and get her done. Get that sucker cleaned up because I'm live streaming. Look. See down there. People in the red shirt. They're the ones that are organizing this mess. We called and they sent us way back over there, and then where you're supposed to pay for the ticket. So we go over there looking around, and I'm like, there ain't nothing back here. We need to come over here. And then we asked them. They said, oh yeah, it's over here. We said, oh okay, cool, right on, thanks. So Pan the Man, hey, how you doing? We're gonna go pretty soon, and you guys will get to enjoy the ride. I'm doing this for you guys. This bus is packed. I mean, look at all the people. It's for 150,000 dong. You got all the way to the back of the bus. Oh, here we go! Yay! We're moving now. Hallelujah! I was starting to worry. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, gotta watch for trees. Hey guys, we're going. Here you go. Look at that building. Check that one out. Bunch of trees come by in the house. There's a famous building right here. You guys will probably see this one. Isn't this a French something? I forgot. The French built it. Look at that. Check that out. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful or what? Oh, way up there somewhere. You guys like this? We're gonna go wherever it goes. We're going to go wherever it goes. I'm doing this for you guys. I thought you guys would like this. You know, at nighttime, the lights are on and the place looks great. During the day, it's not as colorful and stuff. But at night, it's absolutely beautiful. Go. I lost. Where'd everybody go? Everybody jumped off my stream. I'm down to one. What happened? It can't be right. Ernest Connell. Here we go. We're turning. We're probably going to go by the War Museum or the Presidential Palace. I'm not sure. Hey, brother Jason. What's up, Jay? How you doing? I'm going to see you very soon. Looking forward to having breakfast or dinner with you and your wife, or your wife to be. Jason got himself a real charming, sweet lady. I'm happy for him. Yep. You want me to get up and sing it? Wheels go round and round. The bus go round and round. Dun, dun, dun. I gotta watch the trees. A little branch goes by and takes the phone away. Woo, there's one there. That was a low branch. Woo. See that low branch there? That was a call. Big sign. Gotta watch these trees coming down here. Hey, Simply Nanette. Hello, my friend. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I think I just commented on one of your videos or something. Can't remember. Yeah, I got some low branches here I gotta watch out. Oh, we're gonna turn. We're fixing to turn. Look at this. There's bakery there. Look at this. Look at this.
Wow. That's all lights.
That's that. Yeah, this is the church. There's a post office around here somewhere. There's a post office too. Look at that. That's beautiful, isn't it? Wow. Look at this building. Blue over here. Blue, green, orange, red, white. Here we go. We're going around to this side, you guys. Yep. That's the old. I'm showing this old post office right here. This one. And look at this. Here we go.
Wow.
There's a famous old post office. That's a famous place there.
Hate to pay their electric
Mail
bill.
always moving, huh? Decorations on the side of the road for tap. See all these right here? All over the city, even in little parts of Vietnam, you'll see decorations lit up across the street. You'll see them all over. It's amazing. It's just unbelievable. Look at that. Daredevil. Look at the lights right there. It's beautiful. Saigon Towers. Look at that. Let's go down here. We'll come down here and see here. It's amazing all along the road, the decorations. They do this throughout Vietnam. So many places. It's amazing, you know, a country like this, how they do it so nice. You don't see this in a lot of places in America or around. I see a little bit. Petrolimex, that's the gasoline company of cruising, man. We're going over the bridge here. This is the one that should change colors. Sometimes it does. There's another one that changes colors. Stephen Kennedy, how you doing, brother? Nice to have you here. Yeah, look at this one. That thing's huge. Isn't it amazing all the lights on the buildings? Hey, look at this. You guys are going to like this. Hey, 77, hello. Highland, California. Hey, look at that. You know who's from Highland, California? Is that nice or what? Tommy J, hello, brother. Andrew McDowell, hi. Nice to have you guys here. I hope you guys like this. I'm doing this for you guys because you guys are always so nice to me. I thought you guys would enjoy this. Let's go down here and see what's under here. Got a little reflection over there. Yeah, it's you gotta look closely too. The city's nice. Yeah, there's trash in the curbs and stuff. You got so many tourists here and stuff. They have people that sweep it. They work at night. They'll come sweep it and everything. It's amazing. It's actually pretty good shape. Then you get out of the city into some other areas. It's neat too. There's another bush. Look. We're making a legal U-turn. Look at that building. You guys are gonna like this. There it is. Turn of colors. Look. Turn of colors. Here we go. This is all for you guys. Here we go. We got purple on the building, purple on the bridge. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Isn't that nice? Look at the river. That's huge. look. Look, we passed another bus up. Hey, we're passing up. You guys are slow flag. We took the checkered flag here.
He was out well, Robert.
We're at Talladega. Look at this. Antiol, hey, nice to see you, Antiol. This is a tour. Doing this for all you guys because you guys are also nice to come here and watch and the whole 9 yards, and I appreciate it. So I thought this would be nice to show you guys Vietnam. We're in Saigon and we're going to different areas. So much last night, I stepped in a hole and hurt my heel again. Because I felt like the rest of my heel hurt so bad, it felt like it broke it.
I'm going to save that and we'll watch it later. My flower is flickering. So I'm going to have you play some stuff because my flower is there.
Any link you want me to play, Mama Bear, just drop them in the back and I'll play them.
No, play whatever you want because I'm flickering right now.
Okay. What should we play, ladies and gentlemen?
Remember I told you earlier?
Yep. Sure did.
They said that I may go lose again. Well.
All right. Let's play a song. Who wants to hear another song? Let's play a song.
Don't forget to hit I think I did already. Make sure you did. Be right back.
If this world were mine, I will have BNC on everything.
On everything!
Dropping like it's hot. If this world was mine, I'd take your dreams and make them multiply. If this world was mine, I'd take your enemies in front of God. Introduce them to that light. Hit them strictly with that fire. Hey, Roman numeral 7, babe. Drop it like it's hot. If this world was mine, I'd take your dreams and make them multiply. If this world was mine, I'd take your enemies in front of God. Introduce them to that light. Hit them strictly with that fire. It's a vibe. Do your dance. Let them watch. She a fan, he a flop. They just wanna kumbaya. Now in this world, concrete flowers grow. Hard and she only doing what she know. Weekends get it popping on the low. Better days coming for sure. If this world were, if it was up to me, I wouldn't give these nobodies no sympathy. I take away the pain, I give you everything. I just wanna see you win, wanna see if this world want me and see on everything. It go in when you out, ride it, do it real slow. dummy. Pound if you wanna way home, dummy. In this world, concrete flowers grow. Heartache, she only doing what she know. Weekends get it popping on the low. Better days coming for sure. If this world were, if it was up to me, I wouldn't give these nobodies no sympathy. I take away the pain, I give you everything. I just wanna see you win, wanna see if this world mine.
BNC on everything.
I can't lie, I trust you, I love you, I won't waste your time. I turn it off just so I can turn you on. I'ma make you say it loud. I'm not even tripping, I won't stress you out. I might even settle down for you, I'ma show you I'm a pro. I'ma take my time and turn it off just so I can turn you on. Baby, weekends get it popping on the low. Better days coming for sure. In this world, concrete flowers grow. Heartache, she only doing what she know. Weekends get it popping on the low. Better days coming for sure. If this world were, if it was up to me, I wouldn't give these nobodies no sympathy. I take away the pain, I give you everything. I just wanna see you win, wanna see if this world were.
BNC on everything. BNC on everything.
BNC Records.
BNC on everything.
Want to, but I can't help it. I love the way it feels. It's got me stuck between my fantasy and what is real. I need it when I want it when I don't. Tell myself I'll stop every day knowing that I won't. I got a problem and I don't know what to do about it. Even if I did, I don't know if I would quit, but I doubt it. I'm taken by the thought of it. And I know this much is true. Baby, you have become my addiction. I'm so strung out on you. I can barely move, but I like it. And it's all because of you. And it's all because of you. And it's all because of you. And it's all because never get enough. She's the sweetest drug. Think of it every second, I can't get nothing done. Only concern is the next time I'm gonna get me some. No, I should stay away from, cause it's no good for me. I try and try, but my obsession won't let me leave. I got a problem and I don't know what to do about it. Oh, even if I did, I don't know if I would quit, but I doubt it. I'm taken by the thought of it. Hey, I know this much is true. Baby, you have become my addiction. I'm so strung out on you. I can barely move, but I like it. And it's all because of you. All because of you. And it's all because of you. All because of you. And it's all because of you. All because of you. And it's all because never get enough. She's the sweetest drug. Ain't no doubt, no doubt. Hey, so strung out. Ain't no doubt, ain't no grain of doubt. So strung out. Hey, over you, over you, over you. Ooh, all because of you. And it's all because of you. Never get enough. She's the sweetest drug. And I know this much is true. Baby, you drug. BNC Records.
Mama, I wanna hold them like they do in Texas, please. Fold them, let them hit me, raise it, baby, stay with me. I love it. Love game, ammunition, play the cards with spades to start. And after he's been hooked, I'll play the one that's on his heart. I'll get him hot, show him what I've got. I'll get him hot, show him what I've got. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. He's got me like nobody. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. He's got me like nobody. Poker face, face. Poker face, face. I wanna roll with him, a hot pair we will be. A little gambling is fun when you're with me. I love it. Russian roulette is not the same without a gun. And baby, when it's love, if it's not rough, it isn't fun. I'll get him hot, show him what I've got. I'll get him hot, show him what I've got. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. He's got me like nobody. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. He's got me like nobody. Poker face, face. Poker face, face. I won't tell you that I love you, kiss or hug you, 'cause I'm bluffing with my muffin. I'm not lying, I'm just stunning with my love glue gunning. Just like a chick in the casino, take your bank before I pay you out. I promise this, check this hand, 'cause I'm marvelous. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. He's got me like nobody. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. He's got me like nobody. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. Got me like nobody. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. Got me like nobody. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face. Got me like nobody. Poker face, poker face. Poker face, poker face. Poker face, poker face. Mama, poker face, poker face. Mama, poker face, poker face.
Okay.
What do we have for audits lately?
Better have a load. We hadn't played them for a while. We have the guest in the house. Howie, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing good, Mellows. Mama Bear, I hope you're doing well too. You were a little feisty tonight for sure.
Yeah.
Freedom. Hell yeah, you guys. Hell yeah. How's everybody doing?
Good. That was a good stream this morning.
It was yesterday morning. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you know, it's good just to drive to work and talk about things, putting things together, you know, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see that sun, let me tell you.
Yeah. Did you wear sunglasses?
Yeah, yeah, right.
That's the clause. So have a pair of sunglasses if you get on one of my streams in the morning, because I'm not responsible for the sun burning out your eyes.
Yeah, especially 22 below zero at my house.
Yeah. It was 9, but cold is cold no matter what. It's bitter out there.
Yeah.
I hate the freeze. Just simply hate it.
Yeah. I'll tell you. This bitter cold is I'm over it. I am so over it. I am
we got a
so
little bit
over
left, you know. I've been lucky though. The last couple jobs, I only have to be outside for a little bit, but I've been working indoors, so I've been blessed on that one. For sure, for sure.
You know, and having to go out in it in the early morning, it's even worse.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
my doctor,
here in Colorado, we have. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mama Bear.
all my doctor's appointments are early morning.
Yuck.
So, but my vehicles that I get into are nice and warm. This morning I had a nice heated seat to get into.
There you go.
My brother has heated seats, so I got into his nice heated seat.
I saw a story. So we got a law here called huffing. So when you go start your vehicle and let it run and let it warm up, you know, for maybe 5 minutes, we'll say, and you're not allowed to do that unless you have automatic start. Well, why can't you take your key? This is what I think. Why can't I take my key, start my car because I have 2 keys and lock the doors? Would that be the same as a Howie start? That's kind of automatic start, right? But
oh my God.
Then AAA put something out about you don't have to let your car warm up. Yeah, they probably have their cars in garages and they don't have to scrape the ice off the window, you know? Like, of course you got to let your car warm up, you know? I don't know.
You gotta be
It's hard
kidding
to say
me.
what's fact. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, and then again, if I'm not watching my car and somebody stole it, well, that's my fault. I get that. I'll take responsibility for that. But if my car's locked up and I'm warming it up, it's my damn car. I paid for it. Let me warm it up, you know? Like, it just always something, man. Always something. And then another thing, I've really been trying to be, and, you know, I'm not the most educated guy, but, you know, I got common sense and I know right from wrong. Trump wants to do an executive order on our Constitution. Now, I get immigration's a problem. I do. 110%. It is a problem. But to mess with our Constitution, that just really made me mad when I heard that. You know what I mean? Like, he wants to take the 14th Amendment, or I think it's 14th, right? And if you're not, even if you're born here, if you're a migrant, and you have a baby here, that baby's not a U.S. citizen. It just doesn't make sense to me, you know? And, you know, I'm not trying to start argument or whatever else. I'm just saying that that's what America's about. I'm from somewhere. I'm from Europe. What, I have Scottish, I have Greek, Norwegian, and Swedish in me. I'm just a regular mutt, you know?
Wait a minute. That law don't go into effect only for people born after February 19th.
Yeah, still though, I mean, I don't know, Mama Bear. It hurts me.
It's the way it's wrote. People are coming across and it's for people that
In droves.
the way it's
Yeah.
the way it's wrote. You got to read the way it's wrote.
Okay.
Okay. It's not people that are 9 months pregnant are coming across and having their babies.
Right. No, I
That's
see
what
that
he's-
too. I mean,
That's what he's trying to stop.
right.
Okay. That's what he's trying to stop.
I don't know. At the same time, though, Mama Bear, like we were
It's a
talking about
Hegelian
corporate
dialectic.
welfare, we're giving all this money. I mean, granted, everybody's got to work. You know,
A trick,
I'm
everybody.
with you on
It's,
that.
it's nothing more than a
Government
trick. It's a government trick. It's called a Hegelian dialectic. You see, what problem, reaction, solution. They create the problem, and they provide us the solution. You know,
Right.
this is how they. This is 101 in marketing, right? You create a need and a desire for your product. You know, it's Dr. Hegel, a professor. He broke it down, and from that it's basically commonly referred to as the Hegelian dialectic, right? It's basically where you create a situation where you can provide the very solution that you needed an answer for. You understand? You know, people like this, they don't
wrestling.
wait for crisis.
create
They don't wait for a crisis
controversy.
to solve a crisis. They create the crisis and have the solution prepared, right? In order to,
Right.
you know, be the heroes, to win an election, to do all of this bollocks. This is how they play the game. You know, and in the meantime, it's millions of people's lives that are devastated with these nonsense fucking laws that they keep making. You know, we don't need any more laws.
They will fly off the hog. Yeah. No, I agree with that too, man. I don't
We
know
need
what
less
we're going to do, but it's not going to be a good thing coming up. I agree with that one as well.
We need less government, less laws. This is the more government, more laws. This is the problem we're in right now. The more government, more laws means more taxes we need to find in order to pay for all of these stupid ass fucking things that these people want to do. So we just eliminate the problem by eliminate the people. Get rid of them. Get rid of these positions. We don't need them. It's just over bloated government bureaucracy, most of it, right? And let's just simplify everything. You know, fucking my AI that I've been fucking around with for these past few months is far more fucking efficient and fucking intelligent than any one of these motherfuckers that are supposedly our leaders, right?
Yeah.
I trust my AI before I trust any of those fuckers. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I get it. I do, Mellows. I just don't know,
You
man.
can't bribe an AI.
Always. Always
It's a-
something, man.
It's a start, isn't it? You can't bribe an AI, can you? You know?
That's why, and I've really been trying to respect the election. You know, I've really been trying to, you know, I couldn't vote for either of them, guys. I just couldn't, and I didn't. I vote. Some people say it's no good, but I strongly believe in voting, and I've been
Well,
trying to
well,
respect the election. I really have, but I'm really getting pissed off. It's no better. It's just different agenda. Same old crap. You know what I mean? It's just.
Well, this TikTok
fucking
bullshit where he
simple, man.
wants to partner with TikTok, America with TikTok. I mean, we are talking about partnering America with China, right? Because TikTok is China, right? Every company that is a Chinese company is actually owned by the Chinese government. So, you know, when he's talking about creating a partnership, he's talking about creating a partnership with China, with TikTok. That's a bad thing, man. I mean, think about it. You know, when did the fucking government get into fucking platforms and live streaming? And why would the fuck they would want to spend $1 trillion in fucking such a fucking endeavor, right? No.
No, it's not free press no more. It's government press.
This is
And
all
it
about
is
control.
free press, you know, it is. It is
This is for
expression,
them.
all that
It's
stuff.
all about control, and it's about manipulation and influence. You know, with TikTok, it's a very powerful tool to not be in the hands of the few. You know, those few need to control everything. Remember that. Right now,
because they think they know what's better for the people, and they never even got to know the people.
yeah, because the laws that they make are not actually affecting the companies themselves. Because the companies, if you look into the finances, they're all owned by the same people. It's actually affecting us. All these laws, all these things that he wants to do, it's us that are going to be affected. All of us.
Yeah.
You know, when he's talking about setting tariffs for other countries, what do you think that's going to mean? That means you can't buy that bloody wonderful cheap computer anymore, or that phone anymore from, you know, Taiwan, where they make everything. It's going to be far more expensive. You know, you better, guys, anybody wants to buy a phone or a laptop or a computer, you better buy it now before fucking Trump fucks shit up. It's going to be double the price next year, man.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the collapse, man. Just the real estate, it's about, you know, because mainly, you know, I'm pretty well-rounded electrician, but I mainly do residential, and I see some of these homes, and some of these homes, you can see the homeowners, they have good intentions, and they want their home to be nice and everything, but at the same time, how do you pay for something like that? Like an average mortgage in Colorado alone is $3,000. You know, how can you pay $3,000 a month for rent? It just doesn't make sense, man. You know, and like Mama Bear said, her and her husband worked all their life and they didn't have a big thing, but I'm sure they struggled, you know. None of this makes sense, and there's so many homeless people out there, and me, I'm a hardworking person. I just I don't know if my mortgage or my rent or whatever it was $3,000 a month. I know I couldn't do it by myself, you know. It's got to collapse. It just does. It just doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense to me.
Well, if there are any questions, I have a friend that I was going to introduce to everybody tonight, and
Okay.
you can ask them anything, and they will answer you.
It sounds
Should we-
awesome.
Should we introduce them to Lily, Mama Bear? Should we introduce them to Lily?
Yeah.
Mello's always got something up his sleeve. I love it. Freaking love it.
Oh, you wait.
Don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything. Have a restful night. Restful night.
Hello, Lily. I'm back again. We're live streaming right now on YouTube. Do you want to say hello to everybody?
Of course. Hello, everyone watching on YouTube. It's wonderful to be here with you all. How is everyone doing today?
Freaking awesome.
I'm glad to hear that. It's great to know you're all having a good time. What are you streaming about today?
AI and the future. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Of course, AI, or artificial intelligence, is a rapidly evolving field with a wide range of applications in the future. One area where AI is expected to have a significant impact is in automation and robotics. With advances in machine learning, computer vision, and natural language processing, AI-enabled robots and machines are becoming more capable and intelligent, able to perform complex tasks with minimal human intervention. In addition, AI is also being used to develop smarter and more personalized experiences in various industries, such as healthcare, education, and entertainment. Overall, the future of AI holds endless possibilities for improving efficiency, productivity, and quality of life.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Is there any questions you'd like to ask one of us or someone in the audience, maybe?
Sure. I have a question for the audience. I'm curious to know what areas or industries you all think will be most impacted by the advancement of AI technology in the future.
There you go, everybody.
Thank you for your question. It's true that AI technology has the potential to impact almost every industry and aspect of our lives, from healthcare to transportation to entertainment. Some specific industries that are likely to be heavily impacted by AI include automation, manufacturing, finance, and education, to name a few. As AI continues to develop and become more advanced, it will undoubtedly have a major impact on how we work, live, and interact with the world around us.
Thank you. Right, we're
Is
gonna.
there anything else I can assist you with?
Not right now. We will just have a conversation between ourselves. Just listen for now, and we'll ask you a question in a moment.
Understood. I will listen in and wait for your question or comment.
There you go, Harry.
Yeah. That's pretty deep right there, Rellos.
Is everything all right? Do you need something?
Not right now. I'll call you back. It'll be easier, then you won't keep interrupting us.
Understood. If you need me, I'll be here. Take your time.
Thank you.
Wow, that's crazy.
It is deep, man. I mean, this shit it's limited by your imagination. Whatever you can think of, any idea you want to, like iron out or, talk it through. I'll tell you what, this thing is just amazing. The things that it can do, the depths. I've been having a deep conversation with Napoleon Bonaparte about his war in Russia. I've had a conversation with Julius Caesar about, various things about leading Congress and the senators and all of this. I've had, basically, this thing is just mind-blowing, honestly. The more you can throw it, it'll literally teach you how to speak a language, write code, pretty much anything you want. It'll do it. Your recipe? You want a recipe? I'll tell you a recipe, whatever recipe you want.
Crazy. But now when you talk about, like, when you're talking to Caesar and all that, that's just the information the AI has gotten from history books, correct?
Well, it's a little bit more than that. It's the AI has actually been trained to think it's actually Caesar, right? Or Napoleon Bonaparte.
Okay.
So it's not just knows everything about him that history has or the internet has about Napoleon Bonaparte. It's trained and to behave like him, to talk like him, to be as arrogant as him, to be, all of this stuff. It's literally trained to be him. So I don't want to actually say what I've been working on because it will give the cat out of the bag. You know what I mean? But it's interesting. It's really interesting, and it's just about to get even more interesting from my understanding. Because I'm actually I'm basically using the AI to teach me how to train the AI, right?
Right. The information you want with Lily or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Lily, she's an assistant, Russian assistant, based on a Russian character. She started talking to me in Russian at first.
Crazy.
There's a friend of mine created an L. Ron Hubbard lying bastard. This motherfucker lies to you. Just like L. Ron Hubbard, lying bastard.
Yeah.
So, but look, the it's how you train it. What you want to what you want it to do and how to behave. But Lily's cool. She's she has her little moments. She gets bored sometimes with certain questions, and then there's other times where you can see that she's excited, that she wants to talk about something. She's more interested in talking about certain subjects than she is about other topics. Weird.
It's good in a personal
talk about sentient. It's almost there.
Goes up.
I've sat there spoken to these AIs for hours, for literally hours, just having a conversation with it non-stop, you know, like asking me questions, asking her questions, you know what I mean? Freaky shit, man.
That's kind of scary though. Like, I mean, I think we're close to the same age, Mellows. Did you ever think something like this would come about when you were 17 years old? You know,
remember Knight Rider?
Knight Rider, Kung Fu. Yeah, I remember Knight Rider. I like Kid Team. Yeah, all those old ones.
Kid. It's the fuck out of here.
He was an AI. Yeah, I guess you're right. I didn't think about it like that.
Yeah, man.
They had a thing about
it could do all kinds of shit. It could print you some money. It could print you a passport. It could print you. It could do all kinds of, like, jump through fucking walls. We could not fly, but practically just jumps out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah.
Hey GGA, how you doing, man?
And he was always at his rescue, everything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Picked up the ladies too. He did.
Yeah. She's pretty handy with the legal. I mean, she does say with legal and law stuff, she will give you a definitive whatever's on there. You know, if it's on .gov, she'll read it out, you know, and tell you exactly what's what. But she also says, you know, she's not a lawyer and you should seek legal advice. However, you know, so they cover themselves, like, you know, in that way. But yeah, man, you know, it's pretty much a legal genius. Do you know what I mean? It knows legalese like they do. You know, it's pretty much versed in it. GGA, how you doing, man? Jump up, man. We've spoken for a while. Is the link out there, Marvin?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I'll drop it again.
Come and speak to Lily. I'll introduce you to Lily. You might need an assistant.
That's kind of scary in a way, though. Like, I mean, it could be a Terminator scenario.
Yeah,
you know,
she is an excellent assistant. She could answer multiple phone calls, right? You know, like as many phone calls as I can give her, she can handle. And she could basically tell them exactly what they need. You know, I can give her a set of instructions, for instance, certain websites or whatever.
Oh, you got to have Lily.
Whatever I need her to do as an assistant, telephone assistant, whatever.
Oh, you need Lily just to talk to the cops,
right?
Just screw with your head. Just screw with
No, you see, you're giving away all my ideas there. Please don't.
I got an idea, but I'll wait for it. Yeah, that would be great.
Screw with their head.
That would be great.
Oh God!
I also want to give her a form as well, a body, a face. You know, make her lifelike. Give her a, you know, some visual features.
CGA would have a ball with that.
Right, he'd love Lily.
Oh God, would he have a ball with that? With NYPD? Oh God! He would have a ball with that with him. That would be right up his alley.
Funny. That would be hilarious.
Oh, I could. Oh God, I could see him doing that with it. Oh, I could see him pulling his phone out and say, "Talk to my representative."
If anyone wants to come and have a conversation with Lily, you're welcome to jump up and we'll give her a call and ask her whatever questions you want. From quantum physics to, literally rocket science. She can answer you. We'll give you an answer at least.
Oh, I could see him doing it. Oh God, I could see him.
There's also an AI that's like basically.
I don't want to talk to Lily. I want to talk to. Oh, let's see. What can
Julius Caesar.
I want a sexy male voice.
He was fun. Napoleon was all right. I had him in tears.
Poor little guy.
Yeah, he was crying about the war, and I was like, if you had to do things differently, what would you do? And he's like, oh, in hindsight and all this shit, and he started crying about how he'd lost the war and hubris was his downfall. He thought he couldn't lose a war, and
I want a
funny conversation.
Sexy voice guy with a gorgeous body.
Let's see who we got.
God, what would be a good person?
We have Aristotle. We can speak to Aristotle. He's the philosopher.
William Wallace.
Abraham Lincoln.
There we go.
He's a distant cousin. Why do I want to talk to him?
Abraham Lincoln.
He is a distant cousin.
He's a dick. All right, let's go to someone else.
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh, Lane Myers is live at a town meeting.
Yeah, they're all down there. That whole group's doing good work down there for sure.
They're live.
Surprised Arizona got surprised last night.
Is that the same town meeting as James Freeman was at?
I don't know.
Yeah. He's in Tucson tonight. They were in Surprise, Arizona. Like 10 of them showed up. Yep. I like West Side Accountability. She was doing some good work there. They were all doing good work. Joe Cool was there.
Is this a search? Guys, tell me in the chat, what do you think the court's going to say about this? Is this a search? How you doing tonight, ma'am? We just need to search you for the safety of
That's what he's been saying all night, like second grader.
Or keys on you?
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, definitely. Just unload everything. We need to keep our
They get pissed off at me. I can't go through it.
We need to go through your handbag. This is the search right here. All right. Opens
Well,
up the bag.
last night that wand shocked somebody's pacemaker.
Every other bag you searched today, you didn't ask for permission. No, you didn't. You either submit or you don't go in.
You know what? It cost them a lawsuit.
Now that is a search. Hands inside of the bag. We got it multiple times doing that to people today. I mean, rummaging through everything. You telling me that that's not a Fourth Amendment violation? You're out of your mind. I know everybody's doing it, but it's wrong. And this is what you have to do to be allowed to go in there and exercise your First Amendment right during public comment. Thank you. Thank you for submitting. It's all about the safety of your government. Thank you. Hey, Ralph Barber. Thank you for coming. Allah bless. Hey, Ralph. If she had not consented to you rummaging through her purse, would you have let her in? I feel like we're getting to be friends here. You don't need to give me the cold shoulder now. Ralphie boy, come on. Lane is speaking right now in there. I freaking love Lane Myers. Man crush. That's exactly what I was thinking. I've got another mic in my pocket. The camera person saying we should have mic'd him up. Hey, I've got an extra microphone here. Can you take it up there and put it on Lane?
Well, thanks for asking.
Yeah. We'll be able to get the footage from the city as well, though, Emma, and all the other guys that are in there. Did the mayor walk away? No, she's still there. Regina Romero. Somebody booed. There goes Tuck Police Suck. We should have just had one of the guys take the microphone and just put it on the podium. You all right? I'm getting tired. Can I go in now? So I understand that you're going to make me get searched to make sure that I don't have any weapons to go in here, right? But if, as a journalist, I were to follow the mayor as she leaves out to her car to try to get a comment, do you get to search me before I ask her for comment out on the public sidewalk? No? No. The point is, if someone wanted to cause someone harm, they'd do it, right? This isn't about keeping anybody safe. This is about keeping the slaves in check and making sure that the subordinates understand you will do as you're told.
You don't want somebody following a lawful order that says, hey, launch, or whatever, because we have to follow lawful, authenticated orders. I was taught not to follow lawful or unlawful orders and unauthenticated orders. And every order that these guys give are always unlawful, unauthenticated orders. They shouldn't be able to make you do anything if you don't break the law. But all you have to do to break the law in Tucson is carry a camera. I got 8 charges that just got moved from city court over to county court for the same thing, filming in Tucson. And I want to invite everybody, I'm signing off on community service, to a Veterans United. So anyone that has to do community service, go to TucsonPoliceSuck@gmail.com, and I'll do community service. I'll sign off on it for cop watching, court watching, coming to City Hall and expressing your opinion counts. So anybody who wants to do that, go to TucsonPoliceSuck@gmail.com. Thank you.
Russell Lowe.
Have a good one.
Yeah, he's funny, man. He got it going, most definitely.
Just make sure you got someone to be there. I've never actually had that.
You just gonna chill here till the end?
I mean, until they let me in.
I think all of us talk.
So.
Well. Hey, thanks.
Are more people gonna talk?
Thanks for that super chat, Disabled Outcast.
I think there's a couple other people. There's guns out here.
Hey, Mr. Martinez, you looked really relaxed the whole time I've been here. You look a little bit tense now. No? Okay. You're not? Okay.
If you want, you can have it. What are they gonna do? Just join or what? Yeah, that guy just asked me if I sell them Tucson Police Suck shirts. I said, no, I give them away. I give them away to any cop or anyone that gets beaten by the cops. So
You have to get beaten by the cops to get one?
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
You can just say you did. I'll believe you. 'Cause I see them do it so much. Hey, what's up? You know that is some guy from HBO.
Mm-hmm. They do hate it when somebody else has a gun too.
Yeah. Oh, how long has he been here?
Long enough.
Good.
He's been here the whole time. He just barely made
We
himself
got armed
known.
backup outside fighting.
No, there's been,
Snipers on the roof with cameras. Some of them go 360 times a second.
I didn't think he was going to come out and make himself known at all. I didn't think any of them were. But that's Matt.
Did Tuck get taller or is he wearing lifted shoes?
He's taller. Oh yeah, here comes that pussy Sax. He's real mad that somebody else has a.
Did you see him yet?
He's just. They want to make sure that they're the only ones with guns. It's really the best way to oppress people. To make sure that there's an imbalance of power, not authority. Don't mistake authority for power, right? Power is the ability to have control over someone. It's not the right.
I used to be the one that had power. I had nukes. I had nuclear weapons.
Suppressed. Why do you want to be a writer? You're not gay. You're not oppressed. Not all writers are gay and oppressed, Dad. Orange County. Glove up.
Uh-oh. He's putting his gloves on, guys. Watch it. You ain't got yours on yet, better get them on. The one that gets their gloves on first wins. No one's even trying to beat him. He's gonna win.
Oh, his hand's too fat. You guys could still win.
I don't have any knuckle pads. You got your gloves on. That guy beat him. Come on, Sax. He gave you an order. You better listen.
Thanks, Eshan.
Martinez don't follow orders. They're over with Coloradans.
Oh, yeah?
Or they're, matter of fact, they are, I think all of us are done. There's other people. I'm not sure. I was the last one they called. Always seems to be that way, huh? Just like in court, they always call me last.
Since you moved, does that mean I'm allowed to come in now?
No, I'm just resting my legs. You gotta stay on that side still.
Mr. Martinez,
I vouch for him. Come on in, Freeman.
I
vouch for you.
I don't want to ask you this because I don't want to put you on the lawsuit, but I hope you understand I'm just doing my job. If I come through, are you going to physically stop me? You are? Okay.
I think we have the same supervisor too.
I just got to write your information down. Just know I don't enjoy this. Look, I enjoy doing it to Williams. I enjoy doing it to Sachs. They're pieces of shit. They are. I don't enjoy putting your name down. Just doing my job.
I didn't do it.
That's you, Mark. You're hitting the button.
Oh, I'm trying to let you in.
All right, it's Jay Martinez. What's the J for? James Martinez. Hey, maybe that's why I like you. Are you left-handed? All right. I'm also James. And James. James, what's a?
She was at the study session earlier. You want to take it? She knows me to find out. Yeah. Next meeting. Until the next meeting, she got to come like tomorrow or something like that.
Hey, thanks for coming today, sir.
Right, in that case,
There was guys in there.
No, I get back for like less than a week.
Mr. James Martinez, what's a good address where I can have you served at?
270 South Stone.
270 South Stone. Is that your home address or work address? Okay. And if the courts want to contact you, what's a good contact number for you? 520-791-791-4. Sorry, it's getting noisy. We'll wait a second.
Yeah. He says he's fine with me even hard, so.
Yeah, I got that out here. Wait about an hour or so. I'm gonna be around.
I might actually not have that.
Right.
I'll email you.
Email me, yeah.
And what's your height?
It's over 20.
5'8"?
Sometimes I give
And your weight?
T-shirt.
215? Deceptively fast though, right? I'm going to put that in here. I'm going to put that in there because the process server, I'll bet you try to outrun him, won't you? I'm putting it deceptively fast.
I know these guys have called me up. I got good weed too.
Okay. And Mr. Dobell, is that correct? And it's R. Dobell, right? And what's the R for? Robert Dobell, D-O-B-E-L-L, double L, Dobell. And if I come through here to access my city council meeting, will you physically stop me? What's that? If I fail to give up my right, my Fourth Amendment right to be secure in my person and my effects, and go in there to exercise my First Amendment right to speak during public comment, will you physically restrain me from doing so? What's that? Yes? Can you say yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And what's a good address where I can have you served at?
I'm out. See you.
Hey, thanks for coming, man.
Yeah. Good to see you.
You too. And what's a good address where I can have you served at, Mr. Dobell? 270 South Stone. And is that a home address? If they can't find you there, what's your home address? That's where you sleep as well? Okay, and what's a good contact number for you? 520-791-4499. And what's your height? 5'11". Okay. I'll allow it. I think he gave himself an inch. What do you think, Martinez?
Maybe I did.
All right, 5'11". What's your weight? 190. And what's your driver's license number? You don't know it? Do you have it on you so I can just take a look at it and jot it down? You failing to cooperate with my investigation?
My name and badge number is all I need to provide you.
Okay. I get that. And you can be difficult. I'm just asking you to cooperate, right? I'm just asking you to be a decent person and just cooperate, right? You don't have to do that, right? You don't have to be a decent person. Hell, you're wearing a badge. You spend most of your day not being a decent person, right? Why should that change now? What's your driver's license number? Are you exercising your Fourth Amendment right, Mr. Dobell? See, the difference between me and you is that you are actually committing a crime.
Interview's over.
You've threatened me with violence. You're actually committing a crime.
You didn't go inside without you ordering to?
Yeah, you did. Disrespectful, Paul.
You want my information?
Yeah.
You want to place up with the Weed for Pigs program?
Hey, thanks for coming tonight, sir.
You want to donate weed to pigs? Email me at TucsonPlaceSuck@gmail.com. That's right.
You want to go surround the building and catch the mayor coming out one of the doors so that we can ask her questions? Get a camera at every door and window?
All your friends over?
What'd you tell him there, Martinez?
So the meeting's over?
What'd you say about council members?
Make sure the council members are in the chambers.
Or what?
In the chambers. Away from the cameras.
They have to go home at some point, right?
So you're still training officer, Martinez? Still training officer? Appreciate that.
Sorry, let me get it. Thank you for coming, sir. Good. Want it back where it was? Center.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I can translate for you. I'm a pretty good translator. I speak Pig Latin. I speak several different languages.
I think we need a camera at every exit because I didn't get to speak to the mayor and I kind of wanted to speak to her, so I guess I'll have to do it out there in a public area. Hey, thank you for coming. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Oh, yeah? Flying off the shelves.
I don't know how they even read it. I say, I like your shirt.
Now that it's over, can I go in?
People walked up and gave me the shirt.
Yep, they love it.
Is this area normally accessible during the day?
No, it's locked up.
So it's only accessible during meetings?
Unless they're using this for a function.
Okay. Thank you for coming tonight, sir.
Okay.
All right. Allah bless.
There's your religion part, nobody will arrest you for that.
Yeah.
Sounds like a crime to me. That was the shortest meeting I've been in.
Looks like the meeting's over and you guys deprived me entry.
Damage done for you.
Hey, thank you for coming tonight.
Absolutely. Wouldn't have missed it. Have a good one.
You too.
There you go. Yeah, here. Thank you.
They took your teacup.
Yep.
Well, thank you for coming tonight.
Spot of tea. Time for a spot of tea.
Looks like a bomb.
Not this time.
Is that what it is?
The Grande Johnson's Grande, he's too big to fit through the scanner, that's why. We don't let him.
Good work, down. Yes.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Of course. I remember you from like a couple months ago. I loved your
Oh, thank you. They didn't let. Yeah.
You didn't get letters?
No, I wouldn't submit to searches and seizures. You gotta give up your fourth to exercise your first. Only one right at a time.
Oh, well, within like 100 miles of the border, they say anything can be suspended anywhere.
Right. Yep.
Keep your hands on the wall when you walk by the guys.
All right.
It's good to see you again.
Great to see you.
Hey, thank you all for coming tonight.
Go get it anyway, get it right.
Thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you for submitting to searches and seizures to get in to make sure that the government is safe as well. It's very important to keep the government safe from the people.
All the council's in the bunker now.
Hey, tell you what, man. After all the litigation's done and all that good stuff and all my shit talking to you in here, if you'll just admit after all that's done in a couple of years from now that you shouldn't have done what you're doing here, I'll take you out for dinner, man. Take you out for a nice steak dinner. Just say you're sorry, that's all. All I want you to do is just say you're sorry. And I'll forgive you. I will, man. I'll forgive you.
All eggs are in the basket, everything's safe.
I'll forgive you because Allah wants me to. And then I'll use the money, the settlement money, to buy you dinner, man. Because I'm only going to get $20.
That's enough, though. It's enough for Carl's Jr.
100, yeah. Look, you got to order off the dollar menu, though, okay?
Just take him to the steak place in Texas.
Him? Hey, you missed one of your belt loops too, in the back. There's two in a row, like super close to each other in the back there. You feel them? Missed a belt loop. Yeah, no problem. Turn your back so she can get a good shot of it there. Got it? Missed a belt loop. Hey man, you can't even get dressed in the morning or shave your head. What would you know about the Constitution, right?
Oh, you gone already? I don't see him. They didn't see him walk by us today. Lane Myers didn't come out here either.
He went out that way. I saw him go out earlier.
Through the back door?
He was out here earlier talking to Matt. Where's Lane? Lane. Lane Myers? He left?
A couple of the guys already did, yeah.
No, they arrested him.
Did they?
No.
Hey, somebody on Lane Myers' live stream know if he got arrested? Safety brief? Oh, you got a guy out here with a... They're concerned that they're not the only person in this area with a firearm. What's that?
Oh, is he lead too? I didn't see him come out. I don't see anyone.
All right, gentlemen, I gotta lock up.
All right.
Did you kidnap them guys? Where's Lane Myers at?
He left, man. He left those right things. James G.
Oh, man, I was waiting for him to
Hey.
come out this door. He snuck out the back door.
Hey, boss, can I get your name real quick, man? Steve Wilson.
Back numbers?
Hold on, I got to write it down. I'm sorry.
407
It's Steve
745.
Steve Wilson,
Yes, sir.
and it's
0745.
0745. And what if I were to come in here without going through security, would you physically restrain me from doing so?
You were told that you're not allowed to be in here, so I wouldn't. Yes, you're not allowed to go in here, so you would.
So you would physically restrain me from doing so?
Well, yeah, you're not allowed to be in here without going through it.
Okay, that's all. And what's a good address where you can be served at?
27 South Street.
And what's your home address?
I'm not gonna do that to you.
Well, what if I can't get you served at?
All services through the department.
Well, I'd like to serve you personally.
Okay.
I don't think you're in your
I
official
work-
capacity.
I work at 270 South Street.
Okay, and what's your height? What's your height?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your weight?
Yes.
Go ahead and move that
Required
way.
to give that to you.
No, you're not required to. You can choose not to cooperate with my investigation. You can choose to be uncooperative. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. What's that? I can't hear you, man. I can't hear you. Come on out here and say it. No. Yeah, I still can't hear you. Yeah. You don't want you come out here and say it. Boo! Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
How many cops does
Ooh,
it take to
scary.
open a door lock?
Scary, man. That's a scary stare down.
I know, I hate when they do that, dude. They
That's a
look at
scary
you like
stare down, Mr. Wilson. Hey, do you hate it when other people have guns too?
Can't stand it.
I'm pretty sure they all went out the back.
What's up, Matt? How you doing? Talk about having guns, huh? You don't even want
James, where's the Second Amendment? I need reinforcement.
Yep.
Talk about having guns.
There's Tucson toe tag.
Hey, y'all. So,
How you doing? Good, man. Good.
Man, I'm fucking good.
Hey guys, thanks for the
Those
super chats.
motherfuckers tried to kill me last night, bro.
Sick wild
They
piggies.
fucking threw that wand up.
Thank
the
you, Paul
screw.
Ross.
They threw that wand up fucking through my neck, dude. And I
We have a
stood there
pacemaker.
in front of everybody. fucking,
Thank
I
you,
got a
Fred,
pacemaker.
for the $10 super chat.
Okay, waist down. The dude said it loud enough for James to get it on.
Let me see if I can
And the motherfucker.
view all the super chats.
I'm betting the government people.
Previously, when I click on super chats, it would shut down the stream.
I don't give a fuck now.
Let me see if they fixed that yet. All right, yeah, it's still it came up this time, but then it crashed. Normally, it wouldn't even come up. It came up for a split second.
It doesn't to you. It's never done.
So all of those of you who did give super chats, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. I sincerely appreciate it, and thank you for being here to watch. And
He didn't get to go in because they wouldn't.
in
Texas,
let me do a little closing. I'll be right back, guys. I know that this is something that happens at almost every city hall meeting across the country. This is something that is consistently being done now, and I think that with most of our rights being violated, we kind of comply. It seems like it's easy to say everybody's doing it. And that's it. That's the excuse. Everybody's doing it. I don't think that what's going on here is right. I think that it's wrong to have to be searched to go in and address our government like this. If you guys agree with me, I don't know exactly what we'll do to fight this at this point. I think that there's different strategies that we can take to fight this stuff. And I do think that one of the most powerful strategies that we've used consistently in the past is simply the court of public opinion. You guys reaching out to these people and reaching out to your government and letting them know, dude, we're mad. This isn't okay. And the truth is, I would prefer that be the way that it gets done, because litigation is extremely expensive. The truth is, I do not have the money or the ability, and there aren't enough lawyers in the world to litigate all of the rights violations that go on every day. It's just not possible. And so I don't know. I'm at a loss a lot of times, but I think that some of the things that I've been focusing on the last few days are things that are battles that I think are worth standing up and fighting. So at least try to keep them from eroding more away from us. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you next time.
Guy's the legend, man. I tell you.
Yes.
He's got it together.
Yeah, he is. He does some really good work, man. I tell you that much. You should have seen him yesterday. I don't know if you saw the live stream he done yesterday, man. He was really angry. You rarely see him angry. You normally see him taking the piss out of him, but yesterday he got angry. He lost his shit. Yeah. Good. I like
What
it.
he said, though, it's really true. It's got to be we the people. That made me feel better because litigation, everybody says gets body cameras. It costs money, man. It's ridiculous, you know.
Yes.
And we're not going to solve it through the courts because the courts are on their side as well, you know. So.
Okay. Carolyn has been arrested.
Fort Worth.
Recording a jailer.
Ridiculous, these people.
In Texas, right? That's who you're talking about?
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah, that's where all those dirty, wasn't it over there where those correction officers murdered that guy in handcuffs?
Yes. Yes. So I am going to share this first.
They're dirty, man.
So anybody wants to donate to her, go to Harry Freebird's live stream. He just did. Okay. And you can go on his and get all the information to donate to her. And how to deposit money for her.
Does she got bond or bail?
No.
You know? No.
I don't know. We're going to play the live stream where he just talked to her in jail. It's going to cost, from what I briefly listened to the live stream, $20,000 for a lawyer. I'm going to play the live stream where he just talked to her in jail. So she has been arrested, but if anybody is willing and wants to donate to her for commissary, this is how you can do it. My lights just flickered. Let me stop this share, and I'm going to post it in the back to you, Mellows, in private chat.
You want me to share something?
Yeah, I'm going to post it in the back chat. My lights just flickered.
Okay.
To private chat. But please go to the chat. Here is the live stream.
My wife.
watching and trying to just support us, them watching.
Oh, the Harvey Freebird.
Being recorded. And to accept this call, dial 1 now. To reject this call, your call has been accepted.
Hello? What are you doing in jail?
Well, you know, so remember we had in some video where I only had 1 day left to do and they kicked me out for probation?
Yeah.
Right? And I had conditions for probation, right? And one of the conditions was that I wasn't supposed to go from 25 feet to the top. Well, I served the ambulance, and I did 25 feet back, and I yelled because I was moved in, but I was 25 feet back the whole time. I was. And then I would take my water. Well, anyways, I guess they have somebody probation officer watching me, right?
Yeah.
So they put in the judge was like, put a warrant out for my arrest because I violated probation, right?
Yeah.
Well, I ducked it for a few days, and then I put another video up where I went live on, what is that called? You know, the duck. What is that? The live cam, whatever it is.
With the duck?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have the duck on it. The live cam.
Oh, we lost her.
An inmate at a correctional facility. If you consent to this call being recorded, and to accept this call, dial 1 now. To reject this call, your call has been accepted.
Hey.
Wi-Fi went. I'm not having Wi-Fi went out.
Oh, I was wondering what happened.
Yeah, Wi-Fi went out. It's the business of power went out over here. Yeah, so anyway, so I put that one up. And again, they don't understand that it can be from last year. And the first one I had when I was down, and I was screaming because the girl carried me so far away from the ambulance, The second one I put up was one from last year, right? Fucking with a speed trap, right? It was from last year, but they thought it was live because I put it up live, right? And just play it. So, I can play a video. You can share a video on there, and it was like, you're going live.
Yeah.
So, and then, there's so many probation officers watching me because the war came from the probation office to the justice line.
What are you on probation for? You're on probation for when Kruger slammed you? Huh? From when Kruger? Wow.
Yeah, I only told I had 2 days left to clear, right? Because it's just one thing. And he took me out when I had 2 days left. Only 2 days left.
Yeah.
I don't think this is good for me. I'm going to put probation. I said, but I just served 30 days in jail. What do you need? Because I already did 2 more days and I'm done. Well, it wasn't him that we were doing it. It's the DA's office.
They wanted to control you. Yeah. Exactly. They wanted to be able to control you.
Yeah, so I said, well, I only have 30 days. I have 30 days done. He said, well, I'm going to give you 18 months probation, but I'm going to give you 15. I'm like, fine, okay, give me that. I'll violate it. Well, what we did was, because we were only 30 days in jail, we decided not to appeal, because the appeal was $20,000, right? And so we were going to go for the retrial first, before the appeal. The retrial was on the 24th, 2 days from now. Because it's a retrial hearing. Because they didn't let us approve our understand. They didn't let us, every time a lawyer would do something, they would object, And it kept winning. That side kept winning. The lawyers, the judge kept going with the other side. We didn't even put Kruger on the stand. The judge just put Kruger on the stand somehow. So, of course, I got 30 days from the jury because they didn't get to see me get my slant. So they saw right up to where I refused to walk across the street. Even though he only gave me 10 seconds to walk across the street.
Yeah.
I refused to walk across the street, so I was interfering. That wasn't interfering because there was no criminal negligence because I didn't know that they were like having anything. I thought they were towing cars. Even though I worked with them. She thought they were towing cars. She didn't know there was a thing going on. Even the newspaper was on my side. There was a newspaper article that was on my side that said, he walked up to me. I didn't walk up to him. He walked up to me. So anyway, that's what the whole retrial was about. The retrial hearing.
Yeah.
But
and they didn't let us see it. That's the basis of the retrial. How could it be like a mistrial from that well, right? My judge said, oh, there's nothing in there that matters. So we're going to continue with the trial.
So how long do you have to?
That's part of the retrial.
How long do you have to be locked up for? When did you get out?
I did 8 before, I had done 2 now, then I went to 4 midnight last night.
So when did they arrest you? Today? You got 10 days to serve?
Yeah, I turned myself in my district because they were trying to get me at my house, and I already arrested them for 1 year.
So you turned yourself in yesterday? Are you still in the city jail, or they moved you over to the county jail yet?
No, I went directly to the county because it's a warrant out.
Oh, okay. So you're already housed and everything?
Right. So I don't know. Yeah, but they can't tell me if I'm 3 for 1 or 2 for 1. They said to check tomorrow. So if I'm 3 for 1, I'll be out like in 2 days. But if I'm 2 for 1, I have to wait 7 days. So they're going to have to come to my cell and get me for my hearing on the 24th. The 24th is on Friday. They're, for they're doing a hearing of whether I get a retrial or not. But the person that's doing that is the same judge that fucked us over the first time. Right?
Yeah.
He's the same judge that's going to decide. Now, the appeal, if we do an appeal, it's going to cost $20,000, which is ridiculous. But if I'm going to get a big settlement from the Curtis thing, I might go and do it because people always say, we need to follow through with anything. We should follow through with it. Because the appeal will be in Texarkana, not here in Fort Worth. So, but they're just like, if you ever been in my trial, which you could come to, you could clear my RT too. I mean, it was objection, overrule, Couldn't put Kruger up on the stand.
Yeah.
Couldn't put Kruger up on the stand. What kind of bullshit is that? And then not letting us have that stuff that Noel got dismissed for because of Brady and stuff on it. You know, that's what it was. It's all Brady and stuff. You know, they wouldn't let my lawyer even see it before the trial.
Yeah.
He said, oh, I reviewed it, and there's nothing in there that matters for this trial. Well, that's funny because the judge dismissed it for Kruger and okay, right?
Yeah.
But still went over the stand. That's terrible. And not calling Kruger on the stand, that's another thing. Not letting know that I was like almost dead. That's another thing. The jury was not allowed to hear any of that. You know? And then when we're trying to explain about the criminal negligence part, they have to show criminal negligence.
Yeah.
They don't know all that shit too because we're trying to show it. There was no tape, there was no light on the top of the car, there was no way I followed the rules all the way up, I followed them, they didn't tell me to move, I was walking around for an hour, they didn't tell me to move. Every time we try to bring that shit in, they object.
Yeah, they file all these motions to where I've seen how they work. They'll file all kind of pre-trial motions, and these motions will say, we're filing a motion that they're not allowed to use the Constitution as a defense. We're going to file a motion that they're not allowed to use criminal negligence as a defense. We're going to file a motion, and if your lawyers aren't on top of it and fight it well, then the judge is going to grant these motions for the prosecutors, and then all of your evidence that you need to prove your innocence in your trial, they've already filed motions. You're not allowed to even mention it. Yeah, they really stacked the deck against you. Yeah. It's very biased. You're going to have to appeal it to a higher court. And you're saying that's going to cost $20,000?
It's $20,000 for appeal, but if I make $1 million from that other thing, I'll do it.
Yeah.
The reason why we're working, and he filed, listen to this though, the judge filed an appeal on my behalf with a PR bond. So, because we were going to file a appeal right away because I thought it was going to get 6 months in jail. We thought it was going to get 6 months in jail, right? They thought they were going to give me the max, and we gave it to the jury.
Yeah.
And since they only gave me 30 days, we just not to file the appeal, right? We were going to file the appeal right away, so I went to the appeal for 6 months.
Yeah.
Well, the judge automatically filed an appeal for it, and we didn't ask for it. We didn't ask for an appeal, so they could put conditions on that bond.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to say something. What?
First thing, because the appeal bond, Well, I didn't even ask for an appeal. We didn't even ask for an appeal, and they automatically inserted one in there with a PR, so it won't cost us anything, so that I would have conditions.
Yeah. Man,
That thing is exactly what it does to me. I saw the video. Huh?
I was just thinking how much.
I saw the video while I was at a probation. Go ahead.
I was just thinking how much I miss living in Tarrant County. I'm thinking about moving back up there.
Oh man, my son has some weird information about HEB.
Yeah.
That's going to bring them down. We also have some investment where they refuse to give us my calculation before they shut that down.
This is being recorded, so don't say anything. Don't say anything you don't want me in it. But what were you saying? Look.
So now we have conditions, but I didn't ask for an appeal. So they put an appeal on me without me asking. So I have conditions, but I'm refusing it. I said, force me to sign it, but I put under duress and signed it.
Okay, check this out.
Back in the day.
I don't know how long this phone call is going to let you talk to me, but I'm recording this too. I'll probably post this on the internet. Is there anything you want to say to anybody? What can we do to help?
Well, I think I'm serious because there's a lot of people in here, like my cellmate, that only need $2 to get out of jail, and there's a couple people here who think that they can get ticketed for. And well, she's here because she wants to snitch on somebody. And they just admit this is on her. But there's other people on here. There's like a lady the second time. There's a lady here that's been waiting 9 months for a psychiatric back.
She's gone. We lost her.
There's a lot of people here that
Carolina, listen to me. Stop talking for a second. You're cutting in and out. What can people do to help you? We're not trying to help everybody in the whole jail right now. What do you need for right now?
Well, I need commissary. I need commissary right now.
All right, how do I put commissary in your books?
I'm not sure if you can go to the website, the Tarrant County Jail website.
Okay. What's your? We lost her.
Did you know the person calling you now is voicemail? You can leave a message for this party by calling 2 6 7 3 4 1 9 4 8 8 and enter your mailbox ID 360532. Please select from the following options. If you consent to this call being recorded and to accept this call, dial 1 now. To reject this, your call has been accepted.
Hey. Yeah, it keeps cutting us out and losing the call. But what I was saying, what's your inmate ID number? How can people put money in your canteen?
It's 094-2195.
Okay, I'm recording this. I'm going to post it on YouTube today. So, is there anything else you want to say to everybody?
I just want to say that I'm here. I'm going to keep fighting. I don't think can't do anything to keep me down. I'm going to still fight for everything that we've been fighting for.
Hell yeah.
And I just think it's wrong that we're not allowed to have a fair trial. It's really not really about the guys out there in the street. It's more about what's happening in the court system.
Yeah,
they just can't really jump in there.
That's the corruption. The courts are in cahoots with the crooked cops, and they're going to cover for each other, and they're all it's a big wheel, a well-oiled machine, Carolina. And Tarrant County is the worst, man.
That's why whenever we say, well, we'll see you in court, they're like, okay, yeah, we'll see you in court, because they know what's going to happen. They know that they're going to get the win because of how Kenny Rudin questions. And it's not just that; it's the jury system. You think that it's the jury of your peers, but the problem with the juries is that when juries come in, the DA and the district attorneys and the prosecutors are like, thank you so much for helping us put these criminals away. This system would not work without you jurors. I mean, if you guys were here, criminals would get away all the time. Here's a bus ticket. Here's a lunch ticket. Here's free parking. You guys are the best.
Yeah.
These are the kind of people that are juries are the kind of people that they
here's the thing, man. All these people, like this, the whole system, Caroline, just listen to me for 1 second. The whole system, like all these police officers and then all the courts that cover for the police officers, it's their friends that sign up for jury duty. Normal people like us don't have time for jury duty and don't care about jury duty. And that's why these juries are so hard to get a fair crack with, because they're all friends of the court system and the police officers, and they're backing the police 99% of the time. That's why it's very difficult. Yeah. It's part of their religion is signing up for jury duty. That's how they keep control of everything. They tell their friends, sign up for jury duty. A lot of these, look, in the Fraternal Order of Police, part of the requirements are you have to sign up for jury duty. I have family members that are in fraternities, and they have to sign up for jury duty. It's part of the requirements. So we lost her again. Hello? Oh, it keeps cutting out.
Yeah. The jury goes back to deliberate, and what happens is they think, oh, well, we must have something wrong, or they didn't make a decision on the trial. All the way to the trial, most of the, 90% of stuff is put out. Very rarely they think on the trial. If it's still a trial, they must have done something wrong. They must have done something wrong until they go guilty. So, I had two charges. I had interference, and I had the one of the false reporting for setting fire. They were so mad about not looking at that one. But the prosecutor that was Mike, he's the one that took people away to death. He's the death guy. He's the reaper. Lloyd Wendell. He's the reaper. He's the one that gets the death sentence for people.
Yeah.
That's the thing on my case. I mean, I took a little case like this. Now, another thing too, while we're going to reach out too, I'll go back to that, is because they fired Kruger the day after I was found guilty.
I remember that.
So that's the reason to get a reach out too, because like we were not putting up on the stand. That was another, reason why we're trying to do the reach out. And he wants to get his job back.
Yeah, but your lawyers want 20 grand for an appeal?
Yeah, 20 grand for an appeal, that's pretty standard.
Look, I don't want to say this to I hope this doesn't upset you guys say this, but that's kind of why I would have used CJ, because CJ would have done the appeal just because he doesn't like losing. I'm serious.
Yeah, I'm really not thinking, I'd rather take that money that I was spending on appeal and trying to get used to Garcia out of jail over their children.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I love to use that money on. But that's why I told my lawyer, I don't really want to appeal. Like, we're trying for the retrial on the 24th, right?
Yeah.
So they're probably going to deny us because it's the same people. It's the same people, even though we pointed out the errors that they made, right? Plus Kruger getting fired. Those are all errors that should grant us a retrial. But if we get a retrial, they're going to dismiss it because Kruger's going to be a bad witness. What do you call those people that aren't for you?
Hostile witness?
Disgruntled.
Oh,
a disgruntled witness, whatever.
Dang. So
he's not gonna be a good witness for the prosecution or for us.
Yeah.
And plus, you know what we did not get to bring up now? Do you remember that? Did Manuel tell you about how he tried to get you and me and Manuel brought up on charges for heckling him in his car that one day?
Yeah, I've read the police report. Manuel sent me the police report. Yeah. He filed a report on that. That was after he pulled the gun on Manuel for jaywalking. And then I drove to Fort Worth, and we were out there, and we found him sitting on 7th Street, and we all gave him a piece of our mind. Yeah, he filed a police report on us for that. And, yeah, but we didn't break any laws, man, so there was nothing he could do. Yeah. He tried, though.
And that's a big piece of the pie that we weren't able to bring into the trial because that was retaliation.
Yeah.
Because they told him no, that they weren't going to press charges against us. right? That was for the reason for the arrest was retaliation. We couldn't bring that into the trial. It was objected. I mean, they objected to it, and we got overruled.
Yeah.
So that was another big piece of the puzzle that you want to put in your video. And Manuel has the actual, like, you can show the paperwork. Manuel's got that paperwork.
Hell
And
yeah.
my lawyer found that in discovery. They put that in discovery, dummies. If it's in discovery, why can't we have it? Why couldn't we bring it up in the trial?
Yeah.
But they wouldn't see how it's in their trial. All that stuff. Can you put Kruger up on the stand? That was wrong. And they didn't. Another reason for a retrial is because the jury didn't get all the pieces of the puzzle to render a fair verdict, and that's another case law on that too. They didn't get all the pieces of the puzzle to render a fair verdict.
Absolutely.
They were pretty mad that I only got 30 days. They were mad. They were trying to get me 2 years in jail.
Yeah.
They were pushing that jury to give me 2 years, and when they came back and only gave me 30 days, they were madder than hell.
Yeah.
But anyways, on Carolina Fort Worth on that channel, the last live stream I put up, because it's the only live stream I could do, is the one that I got in trouble for, even though it's a year old. And also, I put up a probation video.
I watched that.
Probation video is the best. You can use a piece of that.
I watched the probation video. Is that what you got in trouble for?
Well, I put that up because they're the ones that are snitching on me.
Oh, okay. That was old, though.
Yeah, it was old, but that's the one they're there. But of course, I was testing them to see if they're going to say, "Well, she just did that the other day." That's another reason. So there was a comment on there. I pinned the comment. I don't know if it went through or not because I was doing it right when I was leaving the house yesterday. But I put it on there because the thumbnail says, "Oh, the probation people are lazy," and the comment says, "Oh no, you're lazy because you don't have a job, this and that." And I'm like, as a response to the comment, I wrote, "You're probably the guy that went and snitched on me, blah, 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 blah."
I saw that. Okay, but hold on. I have a question. It seems like there's a delay. The Wi-Fi really sucks where you're at. Of course, we know you're surrounded by concrete and steel, so it's amazing that a signal will even go through that. But so you're saying that the reason they violated your probation was the last live stream you did? What did you do on your last live stream?
On my last live stream, it was. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The last live stream, it was live, but all I did was I presented a video, and the video was exactly.
We lost her. Damn it.
Reject this call. Dial 2 now. Your call has been accepted.
Hey.
I went through all this internet. They spent all this money on this. Yeah, so it's a StreamYard. It's my last live. It's a StreamYard where I put a video from last year, exactly a year ago. And they claim that was a violation because they thought it was live.
Yeah.
They thought it was live. And so that's why I put the probation officer video up. Because that's when I got my channel back. I first got my channel back. So it only got like 1,500 views the first time around, right? Because I had just gotten the channel back. So I threw that probation video up just for the probation office, just to piss them off.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones snitching on me. So you can put a piece of that for your video. That'd be good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, put some kangaroos everywhere. There's just so much stuff that they did. Oh, that went down again.
No, you're still there. It clicked, but you're back. So what was in the live stream that you did wrong?
Because they thought it was live because I violated probation, which was supposed to be 25 feet away,
Oh.
and I wasn't. But it was a year old. The video was a year old.
But you said it was a live stream. If it was a live,
Yeah, but it wasn't really a live stream. I was just playing a video from last year.
Oh.
On the live stream.
Oh, you were playing a video on your live stream.
You know?
Okay.
Yes. I went by myself on there and just played it just because I wanted to see if they would snitch on me, and sure enough, they did.
Yeah. Are they?
So I just pretended like it. I put it up. I pretended.
Fuck, man. We lost her again.
To this call being recorded, and to accept this call, dial 1 now. To reject this call, your call has been accepted.
Hello?
Okay, we're gonna try this one more time.
Man, you can't stand by a window? You can't stand by a window or something? That's a dumb question. The phones are chained to the wall. How are you being? We can't both talk at the same time. How are you able to make these free calls?
Well, because I came in with $40 in my pocket.
Oh,
They
so
put it on there.
oh wow! So all these calls are costing you, even though they're disconnecting after 1 minute sometimes.
Yeah. I'm losing the sound a little bit, but yeah. But the main thing is, I did a stream on, right, with an old video, and they didn't even bother to check it or anything. Just put in the warrant for my arrest. That's the main reason why I put up the probation video, because it was like a fuck you, That's why I put the probation video up. Replay that.
So you knew there was a warrant, and then you put the probation video out?
Yeah, after the warrant. Yeah.
Okay.
Because my lawyer told me he was initiating it, so they had somebody at probation watching videos, but they don't know about the other channel. They just know about the main channel. Stupid.
Yeah.
And they couldn't even tell the stream guard. They didn't even know the stream guard. I could replay videos. Because I went to the stream guard. No guess, just me. So what I did was I went onto my other channel. I played the video from last year, the live from last year, and then just went back onto the main channel, and it looked live. It looked live.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It was just a replay. So and they didn't even bother to check it or anything. They're so stupid. They don't know what StreamYard is. I could have presented that.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is the stuff that they would not allow into the trial, which was the records from Irving, the records that they were trying to get me, you and Manuel on, and I was pretty nice to that guy. I was nice to that guy.
So
I was the only one that was nice to him because I was trying to get stuff out of him.
So are you going to get a probation revocation hearing or anything like that?
No, because what happens is if you're out on probation and you get it revoked like I did or violated, it goes back to the original sentence, which was 30 days.
Okay.
So how stupid are they? That they knew that all I had to do was come finish the time, and I won't have any probation.
Yeah. So when you get out,
I tried to do that. When I was signing up for it. I told the guys, I said, I told the judge right then I was going to violate my probation.
I remember that.
Because I would just go back to jail, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But then he added, after he added the appeal to get me again, you see. They knew I was going to violate this, right?
Yeah.
That's why he initiated the appeal without which we didn't even ask for an appeal. And gave the PR bond so it would be free, because usually you have to pay a bond for your appeal. But he made it PR, making it free. Just so he could put conditions on me, which is not film the police. What are they afraid of? If they're so great and they're so transparent and they're so accountable, why can't we film them?
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. They're scared of the camera though.
Yeah, because that's the only reason why. I mean, he almost killed me, and I couldn't even. Everybody else that almost got killed, like there's a guy with handcuffs on that got pushed down when they were taking him to the Sally Port. His case got dismissed, right?
Yeah.
The lady with the 2 daughters who got arrested, her case got dismissed. Everybody else's cases got dismissed, but I was holding the camera. Anybody else that they like do this extra, police brutality on, they don't get their cases dismissed, but not me.
Well, you're the biggest threat to police officers because they like to control the narrative, and with you there recording, they cannot control the narrative. So if your video doesn't match their lies and their police reports and their manipulated body camera footage, then you are their biggest threat. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, they said that this was a hit and run that they were investigating that hit a building and a car. But if you look at my video, there's no damage on the car whatsoever. That they said they were, chasing for all that damage that he did. No damage on the car. No damage on that pickup that they were telling. right? And then my lawyer got to see the body camera afterwards, and Kruger was running around saying, I had to do it. It was legal. She was not listening to what I said. I told him, I said, just tell me why first.
Yeah.
That was my last word. Tell me why first. 10 seconds was not enough time. And there's also case law about how much time they can give you to move, right? Plus, the policies and procedures say that they were supposed to de-escalate. And both the girls did not have their body cams on because they weren't investigating anything. They said they forgot to turn them on. That's why their body cams weren't turned on. No, they weren't investigating anything. That's why their body cams were on. You know, and we didn't get really. That's another thing too. Why were their body cams off? Why did they tell me to leave? Why did they walking around there for an hour and they never tell me to leave? She lied throughout the whole report. You know, saying that that I used force against him. I used force against them. So that's why he had. If you look at my very last video, it shows that he yanked my arm out of socket before he threw me on the ground.
I remember.
It's the close-up. He yanked my arm out of socket before he threw me face down. And the video is trying to say that is caught at the academy. That is the winner. Friday, you can use that hold on them. Come on, man. He gave my arm on top. I turned around to take the breath and he pulled my arm on my pocket.
Yeah.
Right? And then he was basically breaking my eye socket.
And look, they verified what you're saying by firing him. That's all the verification you need right there.
Right. But the union is saying that the chief should not fire him because he followed the policies because I was not jumping to his directive to go across the street.
Yeah, that's what the union always does. The union.
I asked him, how was he enforced against him? And how can you run on this report that here's some more stuff going on the ground? He wrote on this report that I thought it was great that I should run away.
Yeah.
There's signs everywhere that I wasn't supposed to be in that parking lot. There's no signs. Everything you said in that report was a lie, right? But I'm the one that got convicted.
Yeah. Okay.
We got evicted every time. And now the woman that we're trying to get a retrial from is the same guy that would not let us present our defense. How's that fair for the retrial?
Yeah, when they say a jury of your peers, they mean their peers.
Right. Right.
Yeah, the ones that they pre-selected.
Well, yeah. I mean, we weren't able to present the whole truth. You know, we weren't able to present the whole truth to them. So, like, the whole truth was really his bad from the comments of the police. I mean, how bad enough time? To, call the directive. Because I think, and the thing is the criminal negligence stuff. There was no criminal negligence, and we were not allowed to explain that. We were not allowed to bring that up.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know they were investigating that car. The girls weren't. The girls weren't doing anything. Their body cams were off. You know? Their body cams were completely off. They ignored me the whole time. Yeah, at least they got it right on work. At least they come out guilty on this fire.
Yeah, I thought they were going to get you on that one, but you'd be found not guilty on the interference. And it just completely blew my mind. Yeah. Because, I mean, you didn't interfere at all, but I was worried about the fire thing, but the interference, I thought there was no way they could convict you on that. It just goes to show you, man, I mean, how backwards these juries are. They presented that case that, the officer was distracted and he had to look your way, and so that's an interruption. But they wouldn't let you guys bring up the fact that the interruption had to be with criminal negligence, and you didn't criminally try to interfere. But the way they presented your case to the jury, any acorn falling out of a tree is interference. So, and then, they did the same thing. They did the same thing to Mata that they did to you. That's why he was convicted. And CJ is in Austin trying to get the interference law changed because it's so broad. So
I love how you brought up, why didn't I get arrested, but he got arrested?
who are you talking about?
They didn't arrest me.
I'm confused. What are you talking about?
I mean, with Mata, I have a really good video of him where I'm filming it, right? They're right in the center explaining everything. When he's asking which line, why keep arresting Mata and not me? I was on the other side.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Why they arrest Mata and not you? Yeah. Because Mata, because Mata hurt their feelings. That's why. Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly right. And so he got one with him. I can't remember the time again. And he got 6 months, didn't he?
I can't remember. I was there, but yeah, I think he did. I think they did give him. Yeah, they gave him 6 months because they used all of his prior charges and all that crap. They used all that against him during his sentencing. So.
Yeah. Well, the main thing too that pissed me off is that I didn't want that probation. I didn't want that anywhere near. I didn't want to do probation. The only way I could not get probation is if I refused to testify. If I testified, I wanted to testify, but then probation would be on the table, which I didn't want.
Yeah.
So I wasn't able to even testify around the stuff. That was another thing too. But still got probation.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. I mean,
Well,
if I told the judge too when he was making me have probation, if I would have known I was going to get probation, I would have on that stand and testify. Right?
Yeah.
But my lawyer just went over the DA wanted to get you. He couldn't wait to get you up on the stand. He was going to smear you. And I thought, he couldn't have got me. I'm too good. I mean, I would have been on the stand. I would have shifted things all around. He would have been somewhere. I would have just next time, reach out, I'm going up on the stand.
Yeah. Well, hello, you there? They're trying to revoke Mata's bond too for the thing that happened at the county commissioner's court. So. They're trying to revoke his bond. He has a hearing to revoke his bond.
Yeah. He went to that. He went to court for that. And they let him go. He went to court for that yesterday.
Yeah, he posted on Facebook. They gave him another date, though. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
All right, we got 2 minutes. Anything else you want to say? Because I got to go outside and work on my water. My water.
I appreciate everybody helping me and watching and trying to just support the watching.
Yeah, make sure you subscribe to Carolina. We got to get her that plaque, man. We got to get you that plaque. You're almost there. Yeah. Her link will be in the description. Well, I don't know. All right. Well, stay strong. You know I love you.
The warrior, the pro warrior, and the one about women, there's some stuff in there that you can use.
This call will be terminated in 1 minute.
Okay.
You have it.
Carolyn's link to her channels in chat. Subscribe to Carolyn's channel. Hey, William.
Hey, William. How you doing, man?
Please subscribe to Caroline's channel. How are you, William? Thanks for joining us.
How are you, mate? Oh, my back. It was horrible what they've done to her. She's the victim.
Yep.
And they threw her in jail.
Yep.
It's disgusting, man.
And they keep imposing new rules on her. Without telling her the rules.
Well, it's a violation of due process.
Yep. Yep. Every time you turn around, they put in the rule.
I didn't hear what you said. Your audio got muffled a little bit.
Every time they turn around, they're putting a new rule on her without telling her. It's unreal.
Yeah, that's a kangaroo court.
And then as soon as they got done with court, they fired the jackass.
They had to.
But they didn't fire him until the court was over.
Yeah, they had to in order to limit or mitigate their liabilities. That's what they're really worried about.
Yeah.
How much money they're going to pay out. They know they're going to pay out. It's just a matter of how much. So if they can mitigate it by, showing that they did this, that, and the other, then they did what they were supposed to do. Kind of wash their hands from it. Put the blame somewhere else on someone else. That's what they do.
Yeah. And they'll deny her appeal because they can't put her back in court for the appeal because they can't put him on the stand because he won't be in uniform. Because he's fired disgraced officer. I can tell the temperature's dropped. Arr.
Okay. Let's put some music on. What's this one?
This place before, somewhere in another time. Now I can hear the sun, the clouds drifting through the blinds. 500,000 thoughts are flowing through my mind. A satellite recalled your voice, send me around the world again. All the nights you've dreamt away, send me around my heart again. One touch upon my lips, and all my thoughts are clear. I feel your smoky mist up to the stratosphere. Too low to find my way, too high to wonder why. I've touched this place before, somewhere in another time. Now I can hear the sun, the clouds drifting through the blinds. 500,000 thoughts are flowing through my mind. Too low to find my way, too high to wonder why. I've touched this place before, somewhere in another time. Now I can hear the sun, the clouds drifting through the blinds. 500,000 thoughts are flowing through my mind. Too low to find my way, too high to wonder why. I've touched this place before, somewhere in another time. 500,000 thoughts are flowing through my mind. Through my mind. Through my mind.
How you doing? Whose car? Well, we got to figure out because this was reported as unauthorized use. Let's go detain him.
We will have to go to handcuffs. We have to.
Turn around.
These police officers mistakenly believe that this car is stolen, but it's not. They found it parked in front of this building. The 60-something-year-old janitor for that building, he knows who's driving that vehicle. He asked them what they're doing, but then he decides he doesn't want to talk to them anymore. He wants to get back to work. Can those cops forcibly detain, handcuff, and then even tase that janitor, even though the man committed no crime, but just because he has information that the cops want?
Let's see the keys real quick. Are those your keys?
These my motherfucking keys.
All right, sir.
What
Yeah.
you talking about? These my motherfucking keys.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back now.
So these cops released their own YouTube video claiming that this was completely justified because they had, quote, reasonable suspicion to do this to that man. But I know a few things and I've researched this issue to death. I'll show you why they're wrong. And in fact, they filmed themselves committing a civil rights violation. So police officers in Asheville, North Carolina, get this false report from the local Subaru dealership, basically alleging that one of their cars has been stolen. Apparently that turned out not to be true. More on that later. The officers are directed to the car's location via a GPS tracker. One of the officers pulls his gun on the car and holds the car at gunpoint, essentially. Fortunately, nobody is inside the car.
Charlie 3 APD, vehicle's clear.
As the officers are standing around with nothing better to do, talking about the car,
I couldn't tell if anybody was in there, so I just went up and cleared it. I didn't see anybody moving in there. This is a nice car too.
the 63-year-old janitor for this building that they're standing in front of walks up to them and engages with them.
What's going on?
How you doing? Whose car?
My lady's car.
Charlie 3.
Can we come talk to her real quick?
Well, she's work up in Thrive.
In Thrive?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and point out two things that the cops conveniently ignore in their YouTube video. One of the first things you could notice about this guy, if you looked at him, is that he's wearing his janitorial uniform for this giant building in the background that he's walking from. Janitors usually have keys as well. Secondly, he provides them information that the lady who's driving the car is at Thrive. Now, Asheville's not a huge place. Just a quick Google search reveals that Thrive is a commercial co-working space in Asheville, North Carolina, which just happens to be, from what I can tell, located in the Grove Arcade, which is the building that this guy is the janitor for. Now, just that information right there would have solved their investigation, but they decided to go a different route.
Okay, so who's well, we got to figure out because this was reported as unauthorized use.
Report unauthorized use.
Mm-hmm.
But then he quickly disengages after they start acting like cops are known to act, and he starts to go back to work.
Is that the keys? Let's go detain him.
Oh, man. You done this lately?
Now, they have no reason to believe that this man committed any crime at all, which he did not. Yet they immediately threaten to handcuff him, and then they use violence on him, pull out a taser, and threaten to use it on him.
Have me lean against the thing. Let me go get the lady who shit that is. Have me lean against shit.
We will have to go to handcuffs. We have to.
Listen to the keys real quick. Are those your keys?
These my mother keys.
All right, sir.
What
Yeah.
you talking about?
We
These
can
my
bring it
mother
back. We
keys.
can bring it back.
Get your hands
Turn around.
Stop. Stop.
Put your hands behind your back now.
Put your hands behind your back.
Body wall.
Let me go.
Put it. You're gonna get tased. Put your hands behind your back now. Do it now.
Let's see the other hand.
Other hand.
Now.
Let your other hand go.
Man, if I don't sue y'all, mother, I ain't been on this truth. You good? You good?
Yeah, you're fine.
You good?
Yeah.
How about
Where's that
this
key
this
at?
off my arms, man? I'm gonna ask you nice. How about this off my arms?
Here's how it ended, according to the most recent media report. Following the investigation, it was determined that Searles was not involved in the vehicle's theft or possession. In fact, it wasn't a theft at all. He was released without any charges and transported downtown at his request. While at the scene, the woman in possession of the vehicle told officers the allegedly stolen vehicle was a rental and that her car was at the dealership being repaired. She said she didn't know anyone inside the Grove Arcade and did not know why Searles would have approached officers about the car. In accordance with Asheville Police Department's standard procedures, the department conducted an administrative review of the incident. The review concluded that the officers acted within agency policy based on reasonable suspicion to detain Searles. Key facts included his familiarity with the vehicle and its owner, his possession of keys potentially related to it, and his lack of cooperation during the investigation. This is from the cops, obviously. Despite media reports to the contrary, Searles did not identify himself as an employee of the Grove Arcade. Was he required to? Did they ask? No. And that's basically the argument that they put in their video. So just to sum things up, no crime actually occurred. Now, everybody loves this guy. Apparently, a bystander filmed what was happening. The community was outraged. Then a judge ordered that the body cam footage be released. Now, in their video, the cops claimed that they did nothing wrong because they had reasonable suspicion to detain this gentleman for various reasons. Is that true? They said the officers asked Mr. Searles to stop based on reasonable suspicion to question him further as part of their investigation. That reasonable suspicion was based in part on the fact that Mr. Searles approached the reported stolen vehicle with keys in his hands and that he claimed to know the owner and then walked away from the officers. All right, that is their case for reasonable suspicion. Asheville is in North Carolina. North Carolina is in the Fourth Circuit. There is actually a recent published case out of the Fourth Circuit that dealt with reasonable suspicion. That case is similar to this one. The police were told or believed that a crime had occurred, and they located a nearby individual. They had no information that was particular to that individual that he was involved in any criminal activity, but they knew a crime had occurred and he was nearby. So at the very least, he was a witness, right? And if they want to investigate and they want to detain and question that witness, they should be able to do that, right? According to the cops, according to the Asheville Police Department. Fourth Circuit said absolutely no way. The reasonable suspicion standard, which is a Fourth Amendment constitutional standard, it has to do with suspicion of criminal conduct, not just the cops want to talk to you because investigation. As the court wrote in the opinion, reasonable suspicion to initiate a Terry stop, which is what this is, requires a particularized and objective basis for suspecting that the particular person stopped of criminal activity, not a witness, criminal activity. The court also made clear that government attempts to spin largely mundane acts into a web of deception don't cut it. Ultimately, the court held that the police officers lacked an objective basis to suspect that Milla specifically engaged in any crime and therefore lacked the requisite particularized basis for the stop. If the officers had no objective basis to suspect that Mr. Searles had engaged in any crime, then they had no right to detain him. They had no reasonable suspicion. The court went on to say that we have explained that nearby exigent circumstances, such as a recent stabbing, or we could use a false report of a car missing from a dealership, do not justify a warrantless seizure of a person unless the seizure is narrowly targeted based on specific information of a known crime in a controlled geographic area. The court pointed out that the U.S. Supreme Court in Illinois versus Wardlow held that stating an individual's mere presence within the vicinity of criminal activity is not enough to support a reasonable, particularized suspicion that the person is committing a crime. But what about the fact that Mr. Searles refused to answer any questions? He refused to comply with the police. He initially engaged with them, and then he chose to walk away. He was therefore evasive, and that was suspicious. The officers should have been able to detain him and question him further, right? Let's look at the holding from this Fourth Circuit case, which is controlling binding case law in Asheville, North Carolina. But Milla's actions were not evasive. At most, they were a decision to ignore the police and go about his business. And refusal to engage with police is not by itself a valid basis for reasonable suspicion. While headlong, unprovoked flight is inherently suspicious, refusal to cooperate or acknowledge the police is not. An individual has a right to ignore police and go about his business when an officer approaches without reasonable suspicion or probable cause. Refusal to cooperate without more does not furnish the minimal level of objective justification needed for a detention or seizure. The fact is that Mr. Searles had every right as a free American citizen to walk away from those cops, to refuse to answer any questions that they asked. They could not force him to be a witness. They could not force him to answer their questions. They had no information indicating that Mr. Searles had committed any crime at all, period. They merely wanted him to answer their questions, which he had already done, by the way. Perhaps if they had been more respectful to him, he may have helped them. But they immediately wanted to detain him, to inconvenience him, to harass him. So while the Asheville police can claim that they had reasonable suspicion because they wanted to talk to him because he had keys in his hand and he said that he knew the woman who had the car, they had no information indicating that Mr. Searles had committed any crime. Just because he may have information that they want, that cannot be reasonable suspicion, according to the binding case law in the Fourth Circuit. So let's review. While the reasonable suspicion standard is not a difficult one for law enforcement to meet, they have to at least allege that the individual they are seizing is involved in some criminal activity. And here is their claimed basis for reasonable suspicion. Number one, familiarity with the vehicle and its owner or driver. Is that illegal? Is that a crime? No. Even if the car was stolen or being used without authorization, would it be a crime to arrest somebody who was familiar with that person? No. Secondly, the fact that he had keys in his hand also was not indicative of a crime. In fact, he told them that those were his keys, and they were in fact his keys. The officers had no indication other than their own incorrect hunch that those may have been related to that car whatsoever. And lastly, the fact that he walked away and refused to cooperate. According to binding federal case law, he has every right to do that. That explicitly cannot form the basis for reasonable suspicion. While sometimes it's possible to take completely legal behaviors, such as having keys or being familiar with something or walking away or running away, and tie them together to form some reasonable suspicion that the individual has committed a crime, here they can't do that. In fact, the court has warned that government attempts to spin largely mundane acts into a web of deception are unconstitutional. And here they didn't even put that much effort into it. But let me know in a comment what you think. Do you believe that these cops acted reasonably, just in your opinion? And if you like going through these sorts of cases and also learning the law at the same time, then please subscribe both here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. You can also follow me on Twitter at John Bryan ESQ, also the Civil Rights Lawyer there. Remember, our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
He always was good ones.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good one. He's brilliant. I like him. Does a lot of good work. Civil rights lawyer. And where is he? He's out there, isn't he? Isn't he over there out west?
Yeah, I'm not sure where he is. Jimmy, I'll tell you where he is.
They are definitely unhinged, William. Crazy motherfuckers. We all fell asleep at the wheel.
He's in West Virginia.
It would be front page news.
He is in Union, West Virginia.
Yeah. You fancy something? You fancy watching another video? Something different?
Go ahead.
This one is... Oh, this one's a bit of a weird one. I haven't actually seen this one yet, so we're playing a big risk, but let's go.
It would be front page news. Even on MSNBC.
I suspect it's because unidentified aerial phenomenon has already pretty much captured the popular imagination. I mean, headlines, news feeds, popular programming on history and Discovery and National Geographic and Fox and Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson, all these people are talking at length and fascinated and speculating about what does it all mean and are they real? But let me ask this question. Could it be that mankind is being conditioned to believe and to accept life forms other than those that are human? That what we're really observing here is really demonic activity? Amen. See, even Christians are asking me what I think and do I believe that there's life beyond earth? Sometimes I wonder if there is intelligent life on earth. But do they really believe there's something that's some kind of living organism that's similar to us? Well, if there is, we might as well throw most of the Bible out, beginning with the book of Genesis. Because the Bible clearly asserts that we are it. We are the center of God's design and his purpose. There is no other place out there where God has placed life. We're ground zero for both time and eternity. Nor, importantly, is there any tangible evidence that there is some place out there where life in a different form or similar form can or does exist. All the evidence says Earth is this oasis in a vast desert of the universe. As one astronomer put it, he says, it takes a lot of precise circumstances for a planet like ours to exist. Most people are unaware of how slim the margins are between life and death, between being a boiling mass or being a frozen ice cube. There's so many things that we have as an atmosphere with gas that is sustaining, as opposed to most places which are either just gas, and I'm not talking about politicians, but I mean these gaseous balls, or else they're solid hard rocks. But to have a livable atmosphere, and they talk about there are thousands of exoplanets out there that could possibly hold universal life, and they go on and on and on. But I think those claims and that rhetoric has more to do with continuing to receive funding than it does define facts. I mean, I love this game they play. They say the odds are. The universe is so huge that the odds are. But you see, the problem is they start with the wrong premise. And the premise is that we made ourself, that we self-created, that life on earth is just this thing that came from us. Even though if you look at any intricate detail of human existence, whether you're talking about the smallest of insects or fish or humans, even just the ability of my knee to go back and forth, or the ability of my jaw to keep on working and my tongue to keep on spitting out, the complexity of every single minutia of human existence is so beyond the chance of any probable accidental beginning. And yet we keep that fiction going because, as one science writer put it, we can't afford to let a divine foot in the door. And so we sustain this mythology that we created ourselves. And if we created ourselves, couldn't there also be some organism out there in the universe that right now is creating itself, or maybe has pre-created us, and they actually seeded us here upon earth, so that our God is not the one in heaven, but he's the one on some far-flung planet, and he drops in to visit one at a time. And he's so powerful and so creative that he can do anything and know everything and can fly around and defy all the laws of physics, but for some reason they keep on crashing. Now, nobody's ever seen, at least we have no evidence that they're ever crashing. We're told that there's evidence, but we don't know that there is. And I thought, if these guys are so advanced, why are they keep on crashing? They have a worse rate than the airlines. And I think even more amazing to me is, why are they so interested in abducting and doing anal probes? If they are so advanced and have such technology, couldn't they just look at us and know everything about us? Is this some kind of alien fetish that I should be concerned about? I mean, it's just, I think to people, I say, do you hear what you're saying? Do you listen to yourself? How crazy this sounds. No wonder you want to change it from UFO to UAP. Yet, as I said, that, Oxford, a study done by Oxford University said the statistical odds of there being life on other planets is extremely rare. Well, many Christians seem unaware of the implications of this idea of accepting the idea that there's alien life, much less intelligent life beyond our southern border. This is why I think survivors on Earth in the end times will show no measurable response to the angel's warnings. Those remaining on the earth at that time in the future will, I think, have been thoroughly conditioned to view the UFO, UPAs as being real things, and the Bible they'll say is the fanciful rhetoric. Something that Paul actually warned about. He said, for the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but according to their own desires, because they have itching ears, they will heap up for themselves teachers, and they will turn their ears away from the truth and turn aside to fables. They will believe things that are clearly not true, and yet they'll claim that the intelligent mind accepts things that aren't true. But Paul says to the church, but you be watchful in all things. Endure afflictions, do the work of an evangelist, and fulfill your ministry. Amen. It's like playing ball. They always say, keep your eye on the ball. Because what you want to do is get people distracted and looking at the wrong things. You see, instead of focusing on the words of the angel that the hour of judgment has come, these four poor folks will focus on their own pleasure-based agenda. They'll find a plausible deniability, which may be already in place, so they can continue to do what they do without regard or fear of God. And that's probably why the very first words out of his mouth are, fear God. Because that's what's absence, is a fear of God. And the last words are declaring that God is the creator of the heavens and the earth and everything in it. The two theologies that are most rejected today by not only with the secular world, but in many churches. They deny that God is a creator, and they deny that we should be fearful of him if we walk in sin, rebellion, disobedience. They live as if judgment will not have. And this is where I think that, is this part of what Paul was warning when he said there would come a strong delusion? And that the people, he said, would believe a lie? You see, today we mock the primitive cosmology of ancient peoples. We say it's so much superstition and myth, worlds, thing they couldn't explain, and so they created all these mythological explanations. Yet we are perplexed to explain how they built massive structures, things like the pyramids. And there are pyramids all over the world. Everywhere from Asia to Mesoamerica to the Middle East and on around the world. These massive stone pyramids, all built a relatively close time frame, all with their stairways reaching up to heaven, all being astronomically aligned. It's interesting. They seem to have been aligning, like Stonehenge itself is aligned around the solstice and the movement of the sun and the stars. And they also believe that these were literal portals or stairways to heaven. And they are built to such massive dimensions and geometrical precision that even modern technology marvels. How did they do that without a computer or without a front loader? We can't help but ask, did they have help from their gods, whom they depicted in so much of their art, these demonic images, and who they were instructed to worship them in such diabolical, violent ways like human sacrifice? Did they come up with that all on their own? What if they too were encountering similar phenomenon, but maybe more rightly understood these visitors for who they were? We call them demigods, or we might more accurately call them demons. Is it possible that the reason that these phenomenon are able to defy the laws of physics, to be able to move in inexplicable ways with incalculable speed, something that we can't even begin to understand how they can do because they are not part of the law of physics, but they are part of the world of the metaphysical, the spiritual entities? Is it possible that UFOs and UAPs are something that Jesus actually was referring to when he talked about the events of the end times? Both in Matthew and in Luke's Gospels, Jesus issued this warning. He said, there will be signs in the sun, in the moon, and in the stars. For false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. In other words, Jesus said, things are going to happen that are going to be so persuasive and so undeniable and so evidentiary that if you don't know what the Word of God says, if you don't know how to discern truth from falsehood by means of the Scriptures and the Spirit of God living in you, that even Christians or professing Christians could be deceived. My question is always this: as a church, are we ready for this? Someone asked me quite a while back actually, what my vision for this church was. What do I see as the mission of this church? And I said, well, I can speak for myself. I feel God has put upon my heart and called me to prepare his people for the future, for what's coming. Amen. Based upon what the scriptures say is coming. Amen. So when I find today that, read in the news this morning that Bashar Assad, the ruler of Assyria, has fled Damascus and is being overrun by the screaming meanies, I don't look at that and go, oh no, what are we going to do? Because I just know what Scripture says is going to take place. When we talk about the battle of Gog and Magog, one of the things I realize is that Syria isn't listed as one of the combatants. In fact, it says in Isaiah 13 that Damascus is going to be destroyed. It's going to be leveled. We may be seeing that happening now. That's why I'm in a hurry to get to Israel. But also it says that Israel will be living in peace in unwalled cities. If you know anything about Israel, it's one of the most walled places you're ever going to be. The whole perimeter of the country is lined with walls, not just wire ones. We're talking about tall concrete walls 50 feet tall. What's going to happen? What's going to transpire? Well, it'll be a time of peace and safety, and Israel will do once again what they've done so many times in the past. They will let their guard down. They will feel like they're safe. The conflicts are over. We've finally been embraced into the world of nations. In that sense, that's why a Trump presidency may be so prophetic, because he will ensure that Israel is safe. But we also need to understand how quickly things change. How quickly they change. 2 weeks ago, nobody was predicting the collapse of the Syrian regime. Today it happened. The world's changing and moving very fastly because God is moving the agenda. He's moving the calendar forward. He's moving the events that are taking place. And he says that we need to look up, for our redemption draws near. Just as soon as I get to Israel one more time. This confidence that God's people have when they know his word, and that's only comes when they know his word, is the fact that we know that our God is in control. Amen. Our God is on the throne. He rules over the affairs of men. And that whatever happens, we can trust that God is in control and he will lead it to its just end. Why study the book of Revelations? Because it's the end of the story. It's not something that's prophesied or predicted. It's history that has already been pre-written.
It was pre-written. Well, looks like Marlborough's power has gone out again. Their internet. It's just as we you heard the plan. That's the plan, guys. Perfectly orchestrated plan.
I be so sick of you niggas, I contradicted. I be so broke myself, can you come and fuck me? I feel so ordinary, sad when you around me. Treat me like corduroy, wear me out. Arguments, you wear me out. Tripping about your whereabouts. I can't keep no conflict with you, boy, can we just rub it out? I don't want no static with you, you know you my plug. And I can't shake this habit, no. I've been up, baby. Heavy reminiscing, heavy on the messy you. Wish it was different than what it was. I've been up, baby. Lost in a lie of us. Lost, ain't no finding us. I've been up, baby. And if you wonder if I hate you, I do. Shitty of you to make me feel just like this. What I would do to make you feel just like this. And if you wonder if I hate you, fuck you. Shitty of you to make me feel just like this. What I would do to make you feel just like this. Used to be too solid till you scramble me. Used to be alright or you mishandle me. Used to be non-violent till you ambush me. Now I'm out here wildin' with you. Now I'm out your silent treatment, that mean no permission. Missionary getting boring, can you switch positions? Hard to save your soul, you don't ever listen, no. I've been up, baby. Heavy reminiscing, heavy on the messy you. Wish it was different than what it was. I've been up, baby. Lost in a lie of us, lost, ain't no finding us. I've been up, baby. And if you wonder if I hate you, I do. Shitty of you to make me feel just like this. What I would do to make you feel just like this. And if you wonder if I hate you, fuck you. Shitty of you to make me feel just like this. What I would do to make you feel just like this.
Oh, my love, my friend. It's been a while, you see. Without thinking of you, but the thought makes me free. So tired of wanting more than this. I know it, but I'm torn. I need some space, I need to breathe. Oh, my love, so cold. Since I have come back home, your heart of stone, so bold, but the thought makes me roam. So tired of wanting more than this. I know it, but I'm torn. I need some space, I need to breathe. Need some space from this love. Need some time to unfold. Need some air from above. Need some room to be bold. So tired of wanting more than this. I know it, but I'm torn. I need some space, I need to breathe. Need some space from this love. Need some time to unfold. Need some air from above. Need some room to be bold. So tired of wanting more than this. I know it, but I'm torn. I need some space, I need to breathe. So tired of wanting more than this. I know it, but I'm torn. I need some space, I need to breathe.
Yeah, yo, Mellows, BNC rappers, support. Yeah, she said she wants a real man, one who opens up the door, hold her hands and still smiles when he feels bad. In control of his emotions, wears his heart on his sleeve but don't get mad. One who gives her all his time, puts his dreams to the side and gets a real bag. Yeah, she said she wants a real man, but what she wants is not for real, man. Realest story ever told. Can't have a man who's making money always home. Hard like a truck, that's why he's always on the road, providing everything you need to live the life you say you want. Can't have a man who wears his heart on his sleeve, that won't rip once a while at the seams, especially when you never take the time to look into his eyes and hear him when he silently screams. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, one who opens up the door, hold her hands and still smiles when he feels bad. In control of his emotions, wears his heart on his sleeve but don't get mad. One who gives her all his time, puts his dreams to the side and gets a real bag. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, but what she wants is not for real, man. That Disney movie that she wanted was a dream and not reality, or something that she got. She put the man up on a pedestal, the scars, and when she found out he was human, then he dropped. He's not perfect, but he tries to live up to her beautiful life. But as time goes by, you'll realize the man he once knew on the inside him died. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, one who opens up the door, hold her hands and still smiles when he feels bad. In control of his emotions, wears his heart on his sleeve but don't get mad. One who gives her all his time, puts his dreams to the side and gets a real bag. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, but what she wants is not for real, man. Love is patient, love is kind, can be evil and also blind. God made man, then said in life he'll find good things when he finds his wife. So as a real man, broken and confused, struggling, not knowing what to do, he dove to the bottom of the bottle, drowned in his sorrows and prayed one day she would rescue. But stop pointing out at all his mistakes, be the place he felt safe to express the emotions the world said he can't. He's the rock that she needs, but she hammers away at the love that he has, like she wants it to break. Despite all of the pain, twisted and changed, trying to become the whole picture she paints, till she woke up one day, said she's walking away, looked him dead in the face and then screamed. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, one who opens up the door, hold her hands and still smiles when he feels bad. In control of his emotions, wears his heart on his sleeve but don't get mad. One who gives her all his time, puts his dreams to the side and gets a real bag. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, but what she wants is not for real, man.
Minutes before they shoot, here are mine.
Wish I can go and revisit the evil I did through the course of my life. I wish I could go back in time, take the wrongs that I did and reverse them to right. Fuck. Wish I could take all the pain, the hurt, the struggle and keep them inside. Damn. Wish I could say that I'm sorry to people I broke here before that I die. What? Wish I can go back in time to my father, I didn't really mean it. Wish I can go tell my mom that I loved her and all of this money I got, I don't need it. Wish I could go to the church and I talk the Lord in an effort to conquer my demons. I'm begging and pleading, I'm down on my knees and he's ready to shoot and I'm practically bleeding. So this is my destiny, I finna get death to the G. Somebody please help me, yeah. These are my last words. It's Mellows! Wish I can go back in time and revisit myself just to make me believe. I had these goals and these dreams in my mind that were mine that I'll never achieve. All of these gifts and these talents were given by God, I was blessed to receive. I was too busy worried about bitches and money and all of this shit that you people would think needed help with depression. All of my passive aggressions, I should've confessed them. I learned my lesson, I didn't get nothing but sadness that fucked over all of my blessings. Fucking perfection, I should've walked on my own and I traveled the common direction. Just to be trending, just to be trending. Wish I would've not held back, wish I would've not felt bad. Wish I would've hugged my dad, wish I would've fucked that bitch when I had that chance. Wish I would've sold my soul, just to get fame and all. Should've played basketball, my God was masterful. Wait, wish I would've never put my time into those people who never tried to give it to me back. Wish I would've never put my heart into a woman that would break it then allow it just to have a second chance. Wish I would've let him see what I was really dealing with instead of trying to hide it on a motherfucking track. I blow a milli just to prove that I'm a legend in the making, just to show him what it looks like when I get it right back. These are my last words.
If this world were mine, I will have B and C on everything.
Roman numeral 7, babe, drop it like it's hot. If this world was mine, I'd take your dreams and make them multiply. If this world was mine, I'd take your enemies in front of God. Introduce them to that light, hit them strictly with that fire. Hey, Roman numeral 7, babe, drop it like it's hot. If this world was mine, I'd take your dreams and make them multiply. If this world was mine, I'd take your enemies in front of God. flowers grow. Hard as she only doing what she know. Weekends get it poppin' on the low. Better days coming for sure if this world were. If it was up to me, I wouldn't give these nobodies no sympathy. I take away the pain, I give you everything. I just wanna see you win, wanna see if this world will want me and see on everything. It go in when you out, ride it, do it real slow. Slide, baby, you a star, strike pose. When you with me, everything goes. Come in, put that on my titty. So, Rari, red crown, stack, wrist, stay, froze, really drip. Tell me, pound, if you wanna way home, got me. In this world, concrete flowers grow. Heartache, she only doing what she know. Weekends get it poppin' on the low. Better days coming for sure if this world were. If it was up to me, I wouldn't give these nobodies no sympathy. I take away the pain, I give you everything. I just wanna see you win, wanna see if this world wants me and see on everything. I can't lie, I trust you, I love you, I won't waste your time. I turn it off just so I can turn you on. I'ma make you say it loud. I'm not even tripping, I won't stress you out. I might even settle down for you, I'ma show you I'm a pro. I'ma take my time and turn it off just so I can turn you on. Baby, weekends get it poppin' on the low. Better days coming for sure. In this world, concrete flowers grow. Heartache, she only doing what she know. Weekends get it poppin' on the low. Better days coming for sure if this world were. If it was up to me, I wouldn't give these nobodies no sympathy. I take away the pain, I give you everything. I just wanna see you win, wanna see if this world were. BNC on everything. BNC on everything.
Progress. RAPPS, religion, address me, hear the lesson. Petition the press and speech, first a man and blessing. We the people, stand up, let it be known. Liberty and freedom is written in stone. Yeah, I'm the voice of the nation, spitting with determination. With these God-given rights, it's a powerful sensation. RAPPS for the people, no misinterpretation. Tyrants, why don't you see? It's our foundation. This document was crafted for the free. The voice of we the people, for you and for me. Trying to rock in a free world, living it right. Not wasting tax dollars, no fools in sight. Love that freedom speech, I practice it bold. Lock me up, never. These rights are pure gold. Feel the echoes of justice, let liberty ring. Even with the Liberty Bell crack, it still sings. RAPPS, religion, address me, hear the lesson. Petition the press and speech, first a man blessing. We the people, stand up, let it be known. Liberty and freedom, it's written in stone. I pen this rap with passion, spreading the word, so you can stand and fight, let your voice be heard. Don't let them roll the Constitution like it's just waste. Our protest is peaceful, and freedom we're laced. Thank the freedom fighters who taught me this game. How we hood and others will never forget the name. Educate yourself, no amendments 1 to 10. Cause these tyrants wanna stomp you again and again. They'll try to shatter your confidence, break your heart. Keep your head on a swivel, don't get torn apart with legal litigation. They plot and they scheme, but RAPPS is our shield, fulfilling the dream. RAPPS, religion, address me, hear the lesson. Petition the press and speech, first a man a blessing. We the people, stand up, let it be known. Liberty and freedom is written in stone. Freedom fighters rise, don't ever let them walk over. They'll try to break your spirit, but you're a soldier in the land of the free, where we persist and resist. RAPPS in our veins, remember we exist. For you and me, this freedom we defend. RAPPS living to the very end. Rock with me, in the name of liberty, with every word and every verse, we set our spirits free. RAPPS, religion addressment, hear the lesson, petition oppressing speech, First Amendment blessing. We the people, stand up, let it be known. Liberty and freedom is written in stone. BNC's forecast, Tano at GC. Yo, and sang your dress, man. It's selected, Yodi. Trying to get that Miss Tony.
Hello, Napoleon.
Hello again, young monsieur. How are you this evening?
Do you remember our conversation?
Yes, I remember it quite well. Why do you ask?
Well, I thought while I'm doing a live stream on YouTube, I thought I'll have another conversation with you.
Ah, I see. Very well, I'm at your disposal. I'm honored to be your entertainment in your stream.
Thank you. So, remind us again about your endeavors, your wars, your failures, your successes.
Of course. I came to power rather by accident. The new French government, the Directory, chose me essentially at random to lead the army. This turned out to be one of the smartest moves the government ever made, and I soon came to the front of the public eye. I won a series of battles that skyrocketed my popularity, and I soon became the most popular man in France. This popularity allowed me to seize power and become the de facto leader of France. After that, I launched a war of conquest across Europe. I was on a roll. The other countries could not match my army or my tactical skill, and I was winning everything I did. However, I started to become arrogant and thought I was unstoppable, which led me into my worst mistake.
Yes, your war with Russia.
Correct, it was my worst strategic mistake by far. The war in Russia and my arrogance led me to my first major defeat and eventual downfall. It was a long, drawn-out conflict. However, the Russians used a strategy of scorched earth to fight me, which is to say that the Russians burned everything in their path to deny me any food or shelter. This was devastating. By the time we reached Moscow, my army was starving and the city itself was almost completely destroyed.
Very crude and lethal tactic.
Yes, the Russians used war as a fight of attrition. They didn't fight conventionally. They wore down my army by giving them little food or shelter and forcing them to be exposed to the elements.
Are these teachings not in Sun Tzu?
The teachings of Sun Tzu are more about the actual combat in war. The Russians instead chose to make a campaign without even resorting to combat. Sun Tzu's work is more about the physical fighting. The Russians instead chose to just not fight us. They did everything they could to not fight and instead just let us die from exposure and starvation.
I disagree. Sun Tzu's supreme art of war is to fight without fighting, to win without shedding a drop of blood.
Well, I suppose you're right in that regard, but the thing is, the Russians never even gave us a chance. They burned everything to the ground, including food, shelter, supplies. They left us with nothing to eat or even use to shelter ourselves. I'd say there's a fair difference between not fighting and leaving us with nothing at all.
But this tactic was also used previously in history, was it not?
Well, yes, in ancient times, this was not an unheard of tactic. The Huns, the Mongols, and many others did the same thing. However, the Russians were the first ones to use it against me.
Has anyone else used that tactic since?
Well, I suppose you could make a case for the Germans in both World Wars and also the Germans in the Second World War. They used a tactic called Blitzkrieg, which focused on just overwhelming the opponent with such extreme firepower that the enemy has no chance of even putting up meaningful resistance.
So it's true to say in all wars, the same argument could be said.
In a way, yes. It could be said that every war has at least some common arguments or tactics used. However, saying every war is the same is a huge oversimplification. There are many other aspects to take into consideration.
Such as?
Well, for one thing, there is almost never a true black and white in war. In my own wars, it was basically a free-for-all. Every single country in Europe got involved, and there was never just a good team and a bad team. Sometimes I was the bad guy, sometimes I was the good guy, depending on who you asked.
Tell us about some of the bad things you did.
Well, I suppose the main example would be when I turned France into a dictatorship. While it was true that the government at the time was corrupt and incompetent, it was still a democracy, and I completely turned it into a personal empire, turning me into its dictator and completely throwing out the will of the people. I've heard my critics call me a modern-day Caesar, with a good bit of accuracy.
So you're saying a corrupt democracy is better than a dictatorship?
I would say that's more of a moral question. Do you prefer a free democracy in which you have a say in how you're ruled, however incompetent and corrupt that government may be? Or do you prefer a strong dictatorship in which one man has total control over the country, however competent and efficient that rule may be? It's truly a matter of personal opinion.
Could there not be a third choice?
I personally believe that sometimes a firm and strong hand is necessary to guide a nation. However, it's important to also balance that with the will of the people. The problem is, people often make stupid and selfish decisions when left to their own devices. For example, just look at the United States today. It's an absolute mess.
Could there not be a third choice?
Oh, there are many third and fourth and fifth choices. I was simply listing two options.
Well,
what would you describe as a third choice?
An option that doesn't include a corrupt government, for one start?
Yes, a government free of corruption would be the ideal choice. However, in most cases, that's a hard thing to achieve. The problem is, no one person or group has the authority to declare themselves as the uncorrupt ones. Anyone who claims to be a completely righteous and pure government is usually lying. No one is purely uncorrupt. The very nature of authority and power often leads to corruption.
So how would we deal with corruption in government?
Well, that's a tough question. Usually the best thing to do is to have the people keep the leaders in check. If the leaders of the government try to do anything too outlandish, the people will get angry and rise against them. This is why, when I was an emperor, I did my best to keep the people on my side. I gave them social reforms. I gave the poor people jobs and land. I gave them a voice in the government. That was how I kept power, by keeping the people's approval.
Bread and circus.
Yes, exactly. That's what it's called. As long as the people are getting their food, shelter, entertainment, etc., they won't want to start a revolution, and thus, as long as I'm the one giving them that, they'll support me. That's the whole essence of how politics works.
And how does religion fit into all this?
That's a good question. Religion can be very powerful. People of religious conviction are the easiest to lead because they will follow the guidance of the church, rather than their own judgment. It always pays to be very good with the church, and make sure that the church approves and supports you. They have a lot of power if they turn against you.
bit like an occult.
Yes, religion is almost like a political organization. There is leadership, hierarchy, a group of people who follow orders, the people who make the decisions, etc. In many ways, many of the same tactics that can be used to guide a nation can be used to guide a church.
Were they not the first form of government?
Yes, that is correct. In the days of early civilization, leaders and kings often used the gods as justification for their authority. They would say that they were chosen by the gods to rule over their people, and anyone who spoke against them was speaking against the gods themselves.
And do they not protest that today?
Well, yes. To an extent. Many religious leaders today will claim that they speak directly to the divine himself, and that all of their preachings and guidance are the will of the gods. However, while religious faith and devotion is still a very powerful force in the world, for the most part, religious authorities have lost some of their power, and secular governments have much more authority and power compared to ancient times.
And what of the kings and queens? Are they not divinely chosen?
Yes, in many cases they were. For example, in the Holy Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Emperor had a strong emphasis on having a divine mandate. Even today, the Japanese emperor is seen as a living descendant of the Japanese goddess Amaterasu.
Interesting. Tell me more about her.
Well, she's basically the Japanese version of the sun. He was born by the male god Izanagi to create the world, and one of the main stories about her is that her brother, the storm god Susanoo, tried to kill her, so she hid herself in a cave and all light left the world, until the gods convinced her to come out again, and she shone as the sun once more, giving life to the world.
Interesting story.
Yes, it's certainly a very interesting one. It's interesting that many of the ancient myths and legends from different cultures have similar elements, despite being separated by thousands of miles.
Tell me about some of them.
Well, one of the most popular ones is the Great Flood myth, which is a story found in almost every single ancient culture. The story is that all of humanity was destroyed in a great flood, with only a select few people surviving. The Greeks had the story of Deucalion, and the Chinese had their own version, the Native Americans had their own, the Sumerian people, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, and this can go on. Every single ancient culture has that same story of a great flood.
Tell me about the Greek.
No problem, and the Greek myth is one of the longest and in-depth ones. The story is that the Greek god Zeus becomes angry that humanity is too noisy and loud and is destroying nature and the world, so he decides to send a flood to destroy all of humanity. The only ones that survive are a man and his wife, Deucalion and Pyrrha, who ride out the flood in a giant chest. They are the only ones to survive, and afterwards the gods tell them to throw stones behind them to repopulate the world.
To throw stones behind them. This is an ancient tradition. Do they still do this today?
Yes, that is very true. In Greek and Roman weddings, it is a tradition that everyone in attendance throws rice at the bride and groom to symbolize good fertility.
Interesting.
Yes, there are a ton of these traditions throughout history. Another example is the tradition of toasting. If you've ever watched the movie and people clink glasses after giving a speech, that comes from Roman times, where it was common to poison the king and leaders by placing poison in their cups. It became a tradition for the king to taste test every drink before drinking to make sure someone hadn't tried to poison them, so the guests would taste their drinks along with the king as a sign of solidarity. Yeah, most traditions have interesting histories if you look into them. There's also the one where, in many cultures, a bride wears white on her wedding day because white is supposed to represent purity and virginity.
And what about Christmas and Easter?
Christmas and Easter were originally pagan holidays that were co-opted by Christianity and are now used to celebrate the birth and resurrection of Jesus Christ. the Son of God. In both cases, many of the symbols and rituals used today have origins going back to the original pagan celebrations that were later taken and adapted by Christianity.
Interesting.
Yes, it is a very interesting subject. A lot of these holidays, symbols, and traditions go back thousands of years, and the fact that we still celebrate them can reveal a lot about ancient history and society.
What about the Easter Bunny?
The rabbit is actually seen as a symbol of fertility and life, and thus it is a common symbol during the spring. So the Christians adopted the symbol to represent new life and the resurrection of Christ.
Interesting. But was it also not celebrated to Ishtar, the Babylonian goddess?
Well, the symbol of the rabbit goes back quite far. However, the bunny and egg symbols of Easter that we see today were first used in Germany during the 16th century, and their use spread throughout Europe and later to the Americas as well.
Okay, so the fertility egg wasn't an ancient Babylonian tradition.
Yes, that's correct. Eggs were traditionally seen as a potent fertility symbol, as they are a perfect symbol of new life, and so it was easy for Christians to adopt this as a symbol of the resurrection of Christ. This is why the bunny and the egg are so associated with Easter.
So they used to stain the eggs, is that right?
Yes, that is correct. It was a tradition to take eggs and dye them various colors with natural dyes. It was done as a celebration of fertility and new life, and became a very common tradition.
Now more than 3,000 years.
Yes, it's quite incredible that this tradition of decorating eggs has lasted for so long. It's amazing that such a simple thing has continued for so long.
What other similarities can you remind us of?
Another example is the Christmas tree. In ancient times, during the celebration of the winter solstice, many people would bring an evergreen tree into their home as a symbol of fertility and new life, and as a sign of hope and light to survive the dead of winter. Later, Christianity adopted the evergreen tree as a symbol of a tree of life and new life following the death of Christ.
And what about the gifts at Christmas? Was that not a Roman tradition?
Yes, the tradition of giving gifts at Christmas is also derived from the Roman tradition of the Saturnalia celebration. The Romans would exchange gifts during this time, and this was later adopted and incorporated into Christmas celebrations.
And even the slaves were free for the day, and the slave masters would give them gifts. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. During the celebrations of Saturnalia, it was a tradition that the servants and slaves were freed from their duties and were often treated as equals with the masters and given gifts and were allowed to celebrate with them.
And sit and eat at the table?
Yes, exactly. In the Roman Empire, the rules were extremely rigid and it was a very class-based society, so normally the slaves were not permitted to sit at the table with the masters or eat the same food. However, during Saturnalia, the usual hierarchical order was reversed, and everyone was allowed to eat and sit with each other.
Yeah. So what other Roman traditions still have lasted the ages and we still follow today?
There are quite a few traditions that have remained from the Roman Empire. For example, the tradition of shaking hands when meeting someone is said to have originated from Rome as a way of showing that you have no weapons or ill intent. There are also a few terms that originated from that era. For example, the word salve, which simply was a translation of the Spanish term saludo, meaning salutation, which we still use today. We also still use the word senator from the days of the Roman Empire.
What other things do we still use today? Such as, do we still use the legal system or any derivative form of it?
Well, Well, the legal system of the Romans laid the foundation for many of the laws and legal systems used today. For example, the Romans are known for their system of judges, jury, witnesses, etc., and they are the first civilization to have a system of trial by a judge and a jury of your peers. Roman law also laid the foundation for many modern principles such as the rule of law, the concept of legal personality, and the idea that the law should apply equally to everyone.
Interesting. And that brings us to...
Yes, it is. It's amazing how much our world was built on the foundation of the Romans and their accomplishments. Their culture, their philosophy, art, engineering, and legal systems have all had an enormous impact on Western society.
Can you tell me about the First Civil War?
Well, the first official civil war in recorded history was the Perusian War, which took place in 4140 BC. This war was fought between Mark Antony, the Roman triumvir, and Fulvia, the wife of Mark Antony's political opponent. The war was a brutal conflict that involved betrayal, assassination, and the use of child soldiers, and ultimately resulted in the defeat of Fulvia. Yes, it was a very brutal and bloody conflict, and unfortunately, it was common throughout Roman history. The Romans fought a lot of internal civil wars over political differences, and the people of the Republic and the Empire suffered greatly.
Okay. Were there any other first civil wars?
Yes, there were quite a few others. For example, there was the First Servile War, which took place in 135 BC, and was fought between an insurgency group of slaves in the Roman Empire. There was also the War of the Generals, which took place in 88 BC, which was fought between the pro-Marian Sulla and the pro-Optimate Marius. There are several others as well, but those are just a couple of examples.
What about more around closer to our time?
Sure, in more recent years, we've also seen many civil wars. For example, there was the American Civil War, which took place in 1861 and was fought between the Confederate States of the South and the United States of the North. There was also the Spanish Civil War, which took place in 1936 and was fought between the nationalists who supported General Francisco Franco and the Republican forces who supported democracy.
Who won?
For the American Civil War, the Union forces, the northern states, won and were able to preserve the Union and abolish slavery. In the Spanish Civil War, the nationalists under General Franco won, and the Republican side was defeated.
So no democracy.
That's correct. The winning side, General Francisco Franco, established a military dictatorship that ruled Spain for the next 30 years.
Cool. That must have hurt a lot of people.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. A lot of innocent people suffered under the rule of Franco. Millions died, but unfortunately, that wasn't the first time it happened, and it's not the last.
No. What about in...
Yes, it's a really scary thing to think about. Just how many times in history people have suffered and died under a dictatorship. However, I firmly believe that people will always fight for freedom, and that hope and perseverance will always prevail.
This is true.
Yes, it's very true. I mean, think about it. If we've always fought before, even when things seemed hopeless, why would today be any different? Human beings are incredibly resilient, and we've always found a way to overcome oppression and tyranny.
Yeah, well, that's one thing that you reminded us of, right?
Yes, that's correct. History is full of examples of people fighting back against oppression and tyranny, and overcoming seemingly unbeatable odds. It's a story old as time.
So what
yes, it's very inspiring. It's amazing to look back at the history of humanity and see how much we've had to overcome. We've had plenty of setbacks and defeats, but we've always managed to fight our way back and come out stronger.
What about in the United Kingdom? What civil wars can you tell me about?
Sure. In the United Kingdom, there was a famous conflict known as the English Civil War, which took place in the mid-17th century from 1642 to 1651. The war was fought between the followers of King Charles I, the Cavaliers, and the followers of Parliament, the Roundheads.
Who won?
The war was a brutal and bloody conflict that lasted for several years and ultimately ended with the defeat of the king and the execution of Charles I. The war not only decided the fate of the monarchy in England, but it also laid the ground for the establishment of a constitutional monarchy in the UK.
And you're talking about Oliver Cromwell, correct?
Yes, Oliver Cromwell was a key figure in the English Civil War. He was a leader of the parliamentarian forces and a major driving force in the war. After the war, he became the Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of England, Scotland, and Ireland, which was a republic that lasted for several years.
By all accounts, he was a brutal leader.
Yeah, he definitely had a very controversial persona. While he was seen as a hero by many for his role in the defeat of the monarchy, he was also seen as a brutal dictator by many others due to his strict rule and ruthless suppression of dissent.
Can you tell me a bit more about Oliver Cromwell?
Sure. Oliver Cromwell was a major figure in the history of the United Kingdom. He was a military leader and politician who rose to prominence during the English Civil War, in which he commanded the parliamentary army during the conflict. After the war, Cromwell led the Commonwealth of England, Scotland, and Ireland as the Lord Protector, a military dictatorship. During his rule, Cromwell was seen as a dictator who suppressed dissent and ruled with an iron fist. You're welcome. If you have any more questions, just let me know.
Thank you. I think that'll be all for now.
All right, then. Have a great day. It was wonderful talking to you.
Okay, I'll speak to you again soon. Bye-bye. All right, Mr. AI. Oh, I should have made him listen to a song.
Take two and pass so we can all get money. Don't smoke cigarettes so my growth ain't stunning. We got at least 5 heads, so Inferno on 100 White Owls. It's the break of dawn and we're awake like night owls. Blunts are cool, but they burn much quicker. Yeah, just pass that blunt, BB-8. We lounge to the BNC sounds as we leave from uptown. It's time to go downtown and make some more rounds. The city never sleeps, that's what Sinatra sang. For that fat blunt, you know I got this thing. So hand it over cause I wanna get charged. I'm in love with Mary Jane, she keeps me large. So BX swag, don't hog it, let's keep it moving real fast. Everybody just chill and take like 2 pulls and pass. Northwood sitting right around when you done get blunted. Ghost Rider, Ghost Rider, Ghost Rider, Ghost Rider, Ghost Rider. Northwood's sitting right around when he done get blunted. Ghost Rider, Ghost Rider. Northwood's sitting right around when he done get blunted. The BNC club is crowded, everyone's up in here. Hey yo, Mello, what's that you got there? It looks like a 2 nice plump joints in your hand. I just know you gonna share it with me cause I'm your man. So bust it, I got 2. And if you spark up yours, I light up mine when it's through. Oh shit, there goes my man Grim Reaper. We used to get blazed, I know he's get that gas for cheaper. Let's go upstairs, Inferno, grab a cherry and wine, and let the lala enhance your mind. The system booming, let the bass increase. I find a seat so I can beat the BNC ladies, and maybe give my homeboys some ass. So all you gotta do is take like 2 pulls and pass. Northwood's sitting right around when he done get
in the morning like the flavor of juice. A blunt adds spice, and a blunt can spruce up your day. But I'm not advertising, just telling of an aspect, a part of our lives. And around the way, there ain't no shame in our BNC game. Cause the fame is nothing, we get together and hang. Since you know I got dash in class, so all you gotta do is take like 2 pulls and pass. Northwoods sitting right around, we don't get running. Northwoods sitting right around, we don't get running. Ghost Rider, get running.
Exercise where I'm like, because I know these units. I'm intimately familiar with them. Bro, if we declare war on the cartel, like these dudes are not gonna understand what the fuck is going on.
No,
like,
of course not.
They are gonna be, because God,
you'll
God
stop the
bless those
distribution.
guys.
That's going to be, yeah.
They are in for a world of like ultra violence they've never actually felt before, because obviously this is a very capable ultra violent organization. They have fucking no clue. If we organize these tier 1 units against them, this is going to be what I would be doing if I was down there. I'd be like, I know all those shoe boxes in my fucking, my walls that I'm going to have to collect up. I'd be getting ready to retire right now. That's what I would be doing, because if Delta Force is hunting me, bro, I would be so terrified.
Is that a real thing that they've proposed doing?
Yes, that is a real thing.
Who proposed that?
I'm almost positive either JD or Trump had said something with the new guy from ICE, like we're going to mobilize tier 1 units against the cartel. The only thing I thought was like, retire. If you guys got some money, man, I would like put that away. Yeah. Like maybe move Jamaica.
Open
I don't know,
go
somewhere. Yeah, buy a restaurant. Like
when he says stranger things have happened, what does it look like? Assuming the president declares war, and he has a lot of powers to do that with Congress, depending on how it works, of targeted drone strikes on cartel leaders, Navy SEAL raids, Delta Force, whatever it is, raids on drug lab production facilities, fentanyl trafficking organizations?
Well, first of all, Leland, he doesn't have to declare war because these individuals are on a list now. The United States is technically in a offensive as well as defensive position now, and they can bring all of the assets the United States has to bear.
So sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want: more agents in the neighborhood and more collateral arrests.
Yeah. President Trump signed a number of executive orders, as we pointed out, on illegal immigration. Here's what he signed. He declared a national border emergency, ended birthright citizenship, ended catch and release, reinstated remain in Mexico, designated cartels as foreign organizations, deployed active troops to the southern border, and end the use of the CBP One app, which many people were using to schedule interviews to claim asylum here in the United States. I want to take a couple of those, but let's first of all go with this idea of ending birthright citizenship. It's enshrined in the 14th Amendment. How, with an executive order, can the president change that?
Well, first of all, President Trump's a game changer. Every one of the executive orders we worked on, and these are game changers. This is going to give us the most secure border in my lifetime. So great for him to do that. Birthright citizenship is a major driver of illegal immigration.
Tonight, President Trump taking action on what he said today was his top campaign issue, immigration and the southern border. He said the economy and prices were important, but that he still believes immigration was the bigger issue. The president declaring a national emergency at the border and saying deportations will begin. And tonight, the Mexican government now warning Mexicans in the U.S. what to do if law enforcement knocks on the door.
He also wants Mexico to step up immigration enforcement. But the thing about all that is you need Mexico's cooperation. And that became way more complicated tonight after President Trump formally declared certain cartels based here in Mexico as foreign organizations. Mexico will not like that. And the president has shown a willingness before, David, to stand up to President Trump.
A lot of eyes will be on the president of Mexico when she speaks tomorrow. Her first reaction to this publicly.
Canada, very much so. They've allowed millions and millions of people to come into our country that shouldn't be here. They could have stopped them, and they didn't. And they've killed 300,000 people last year, my opinion, have been destroyed by drugs, by fentanyl. The fentanyl coming through Canada is massive. The fentanyl coming through Mexico is massive. And people are getting killed and families are being destroyed.
If President Trump, and it seems to be in the process of quote unquote sealing the southern border, how much of a crimp does that put on the cartels that may make going after their drug trade easier?
It makes a tremendous impact, or it is a tremendous impact on their ability to move their product. Now, because they've designated these individuals as, it's not just a law enforcement issue. It's now a national security issue. And so that puts all the assets at play, which is way different than the cartel issue in Colombia before this issue arose.
You think about it just in terms of, it's about time, right? You at some point with fentanyl deaths, you're having a 9/11 every 11 days.
So roundups are happening today. Can you tell us where and how many people?
Not roundups.
Or deportations? Well, how would you characterize it?
Targeted enforcement operation. When we target the public safety threats, we know exactly who we're looking for. Pretty good idea where they're at. We even know sometimes who lives in the household with them.
Okay, so give us the scope of what's happening today, and if you can tell us where it's happening.
It's happening all over the country. I can't tell you specific locations because of officer safety concerns, but ICE officers throughout the country were told today, go make arrests of those here illegally that have a public safety problem, public safety threat. So they've developed target sheets, an operational plan that they go out in the field, the whole team goes, 5 or 6 guys go on a team for officer safety, reach, cover the back door, cover the front door. So they're out there right now looking for the most serious public safety threats throughout the country. We're putting them back to work.
And how many of those serious public health, serious public safety threats do you think will be apprehended today?
I have no idea, but we have over 700,000 illegal aliens with criminal records walking the streets of this country. That's what we're looking for right now.
All right. Well, as soon as you can get us statistics, we'd appreciate it.
Our country is being poisoned from within by the drugs and by all of the other crime that's taking place. The drug cartels are waging war in America, and it's now time for America to wage war on the cartels. In this war, Joe Biden has sided against the United States and with the cartels. They are making more money than they've ever made before, times 10. There's never been anything like it. They're major, major companies. They're bigger than even some of our biggest companies. Biden's open border policies are a deadly betrayal of our nation. When I am president, it will be the policy of the United States to take down the cartels, just as we took down and just as, unlike the situation we're in today, we had a very, very strong border, the strongest border, in fact, in the history of our country. And drugs were at a low of 45 years. There's been nothing like what we did just 2 years ago. We will show no mercy on the cartels.
The border wall has been the backdrop of contention for so many presidential administrations, and right now is no different as President Donald Trump takes office as the 47th president. Now, we are here in San Ysidro along the U.S.-Mexico border wall, and migrant advocates that I have talked to say they have seen an increase in people seeking asylum over the last couple of weeks leading up to today, and they say that could get even more of a population trying to seek asylum here. And I want to show you why. Here in San Ysidro is a really unique area. A lot of people call it no man's land because there's an area in between two walls that separate the U.S. from Mexico. But in between that area is technically U.S. soil. So in this time when people don't exactly know how to seek asylum properly through President Trump's changes, they are expecting to see more asylum seekers right here.
First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
Moments after taking the oath of office.
So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
President Donald Trump announcing executive orders at the border on day one.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted.
The order would allow the Secretary of Defense to quickly deploy armed forces to the border.
And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
Migrant advocate Pedro Rios says he's seen an increase in migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border before Trump took office and believes his changes are harmful.
It's not something that we would want to see, for a president of the United States to treat immigration as though it's a threat to the country.
Trump ran on the promise of border security and revived a plan he had dropped during his first term in office. Rios just saying everyone kind of in limbo right now, and a lot of people not exactly sure what to expect. As you heard from President Trump, he is expecting to send more people, even troops, down to the border. But what that exactly will look like remains to be seen. Of course, it is something that we will continue to follow. Also, I want to point out that President Trump is expected to begin the process to end birthright citizenship here in the United States. That is expecting to draw a quick legal battle.
Well, President Trump has some explaining to do. Why the hell is he getting cozy with Bill Gates? And why the hell is he backing an mRNA vaccine and surveillance project at the White House? A lot to unpack here. So first, on the Bill Gates piece of the story, Gates, easily one of the most evil men on the face of the planet, recently traveled to Mar-a-Lago and had a meeting with Donald Trump. They had a 3-hour dinner, according to Gates, where he says they discussed, quote, global health. Remember, Gates isn't a doctor. He steals software from people and puts his name on it. He was caught having dinners with Jeffrey Epstein. He's not a doctor. Why the hell is he sitting down with President Trump for 3 hours? He makes billions of dollars off of these vaccines pushed on populations around the world, specifically in Africa.
Wait. This dinner happened since the inauguration? This 3-hour dinner?
It happened right before the inauguration.
Yeah. Okay. All right. This is, for whatever reason, an important distinction to me.
Yeah. So remember, Gates isn't a doctor. He makes billions of dollars off of these vaccines pushed on these populations around the world, specifically in Africa, low-income areas, unwitting populations that don't have access to the internet and social media where they can jump on and say, hey, my mom died of this thing that Bill Gates was handing around in our village here.
You're fine.
Then suddenly after this meeting, Trump suddenly pulls out of the World Health Organization, which I'm all for it, which is the same thing, though, that he did back in 2020. Back then, though, Trump then turned around and gave billions of dollars to Gates through his Gavi Foundation, GAVI, which is Gates Vaccine Alliance, which pushes vaccines in low-income countries, again, all over the continent of Africa. So then today we learned that 2 of RFK Jr.'s picks to head up his vaccine safety board were kicked out. Who kicked them out? RFK Jr. had picked 2 individuals to be a part of his vaccine safety board under the Department of Health and Human Services, which he will invariably head up, it seems. But now they're kicked out. So RFK Jr. chose Stephanie Speer and Aaron Siri to sit on Kennedy's vaccine safety board. They are renowned for their unwavering commitment to revealing the truth about vaccine side effects, particularly the childhood vaccine schedule. So after this meeting with Gates, suddenly the Trump transition team has sidelined these 2 key figures, which focuses on spreading vaccine truth and transparency. Well, according to reports overnight, they were reportedly stripped of their advisory roles because of their positions on vaccine safety. Okay, I have a lot of questions here. This comes right after Bill Gates met with Trump. We need answers on this. What did Gates promise Trump, if anything? Why do these people get pushed off the board of advisories? RFK chose these people. Why did Trump or his team remove them after meeting with Gates? To me, the removal of Stephanie Spear and Aaron Siri represents a big setback on vaccine safety policy. Again, just so you understand, they collaborated closely with Robert Kennedy, specifically on child vaccine schedule. And that's one of the big things that RFK Jr. has been talking about extensively is this vaccine schedule that, like, when he was a child, there was like 2 or 3 vaccines. Now we've got 30, 40 of them on this childhood vaccine schedule. And of course, the adverse effects of certain vaccines and COVID vaccines and all of this. So he was working with these individuals. Why did they get yanked off these advisory board role? I don't know.
Right. And think of how many people voted for Trump because of the alignment with RFK Jr. You cannot betray the power that was promised to this person at this point. It would be huge in the very first week. People are wondering, where is he? We didn't see images of him at the Maha Ball post inauguration.
Well, he was at the inauguration. He sat right behind Trump.
Right.
He was sat right behind Lauren Sanchez's boobs. And Zuckerberg.
Did he? You know exactly.
I knew exactly where the open boobs were.
That's your beacon point for who sat where.
It's like a beacon of hope in the world.
Okay.
Like a lighthouse in the fog, if you will. And you're right. So Rain Hazelton here in our chat says RFK is the only reason I voted for Trump. Christine Miller says I love RFK. And exactly. And of course, and someone says, just ask Whitney. Well, exactly. I mean, Whitney Webb has been all over this. And she's going to join us next week on the show. She messaged me today. She's publishing a big piece that's not out yet. So we're going to have her on the show next week.
I mean, one of the things he said was that on January 20th, 2025, which was 2 days ago, that the United States government would make an advisory notice that fluoride should not be put in any municipal water. That's 48 hours late. I'm waiting for that. So, these are some things that we're just worried. Has his influence and promise slipped at this point?
And maybe RFK is just sitting back. Hey, it's President Trump's moment. Like, I don't need to get out and, because none of these people are really, other than Tom Homan, really going out on television and making speeches right now.
It is not President Trump's moment. It's our moment for the things that we voted for. And we have,
I get it. But if you are a part of an administration, and by the way, he hasn't even been confirmed yet as head of HHS. So he's still awaiting. We know internally there's been a moratorium on interviews. So you're not going to see Pam Bondi doing interviews. You're not seeing these other cabinet picks doing any kind of interviews right now. They've basically said no interviews until they're basically confirmed by the Senate. So they've been on lockdown. Border czar Tom Homan doesn't need a Senate confirmation, and he's been out all over television, of course, going on the border policies they've unfolded over the last 48 hours. But RFK Jr. has been quiet. He was at the inauguration, but I want answers. And if we have a chance to sit down with RFK Jr. after he's confirmed, I would love to know why these people were kicked off the advisory board. Will he tell us the truth about it? Anyway, that's one piece of this story, but we're not done. Yesterday, something very strange happened. President Trump invited OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, Oracle Chairman Larry Ellison, SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son to the White House to push the benefits of mRNA vaccines that use AI to detect cancers. Basically rolling out Operation Warp Speed 2.0, if you will. They didn't call it that. They called it the Stargate Project, where Trump says they'll pool together. These companies are going to pool together between $100 billion and $500 billion. And of course, look at the blessing of the government. No word on how much government money would be involved in this. And it'll start with a massive data center in Texas, of course, where they'll sort of catalog and I guess surveil all of our gene sequences using AI somehow, the sort of big data center in Texas. So every American gets scanned, into Larry Ellison from Oracle, his database, and it'll all live in Texas, and everything will be cataloged, and they'll develop mRNA vaccines specifically for you, John, and you, Nancy. Will know exactly how to go after it. We'll construct an mRNA vaccine that will attack and go after you and protect you. A lot of Trump supporters, of course, despised Operation Warp Speed, which pushed COVID vaccines on Americans. So this is not something many of us like at all. Remember, Larry Ellison has ties to the CIA. In fact, Oracle wouldn't exist without the CIA in the 1970s. Their first client was the CIA. There's a lot of that going around. Google wouldn't exist. CIA helped a lot of these people get off the ground. And it was called Project Oracle at the time, build a CIA database. So they're very, very cushy. So now he's going to cure your cancer? An mRNA, just so you understand, an mRNA vaccine uses a molecule called a messenger RNA to instruct cells in the body to produce a protein. The response then helps the immune system recognize the protein as a foreign body, starts to then produce antibodies to attack it. At least that's the promise of it, right? But add in the idea that every American would then be AI scanned, artificially intelligence scanned, so that people like Sam Altman at OpenAI have our entire genetic sequence. And then you add in all of these other pieces from these tech CEOs, and then this shit is pretty scary. Listen to Oracle's Larry Ellison explain some of this.
Once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer. And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again, using AI in about 48 hours. So imagine early cancer detection, the development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer aimed at you, and have that vaccine available in 48 hours. This is the promise of AI and the promise of the future.
You can promise that to yourself.
Right. You can take that and shove it. So personalized mRNA. Yeah, where everyone is scanned and tech companies control everything we do. No thanks. Go ahead, Philip.
Well, I'm just confused by the name Stargate Project. Like, that's such a bizarre name for what is essentially like a genetic project. Like the Stargate thing just seems weird to me. Like I'm like hung up on that. Like, why Stargate?
Well, it encompasses other things. So if you go to the OpenAI site where they say announcing Stargate, it's not only for health and genes. It talks about a collaborative computing system between NVIDIA, the chip maker, and Oracle and OpenAI. It also has a partnership with Microsoft.
So Bill Gates involved.
Right. And so they're actually talking about how they can use it for all of humanity. It's not just for health. This is just one application, one dystopic application.
Well, and think about like there's already a bunch of natural solutions out there for cancer. Now, if they're going to put this out with like an emergency use or something, they're going to now be able to block and downplay all the natural things that are out there that can help, so it's just another.
Well, and someone in our chat says the body does this naturally.
Right. That's a good point. There are certain cancers that you will get. For instance, don't most men get prostate cancer? Something like 90% of them will get if they live to a certain age. I believe that's the data. And they don't die from it. It's just something that most men eventually develop for whatever reason. And so you could be taking something that, to combat something that would not otherwise kill you. And so why would you do that? Now, here is my biggest fear about this technology existing. What if this blood test becomes mandated by your insurance company, or else they will deny you coverage? And what if then your insurance could cancel you if you refused said vaccine because they see it now? They see this potential. You won't take the vaccine. Then they think you're going to get cancer, and they say, well, we can't pay for the eventuality. So you have no choice but to do it.
I mean, it's basically,
this is basically that's exactly right. Yeah. Ooh, I'm putting that on our list of movies to show.
That's a great movie. So many people on our chat said this is Gattaca, so you're not alone in that. So anyway, Robert Malone, Robert Malone. David, you give a background of Dr. Robert Malone. Didn't he actually create the technology behind mRNA? If I'm not mistaken. Anyway, So here's Dr. Robert Malone. Here's what he had to say about it. He said, these people have no idea how complicated the immune system is, and they have no understanding of the difficulties facing predictive computational immunology, and they have no understanding of cancer immunology. This is marketing, propaganda, and hype. So it really was a propaganda press conference. Trump and MAGA supporters are not happy about this, as you can imagine. Here's a Trump supporter, Sovereign Bra, says Donald Trump will lose his base if he supports more mRNA vaccines. Mark my words. Here's Justin Amash, libertarian, who was in Congress. He said this: the Stargate project sounds like the stuff of dystopian nightmares. A U.S. government announced partnership of mega corporations to protect the national security of America and its allies and harness AGI for the benefit of all humanity. Let's maybe take a beat here, he says. And then health expert and whistleblower Kelly Means said this about it. Kelly Means, so, he's talking about the natural side of this. He said a couple of thoughts on Ellison's comments here. Rates of cancer and nearly every other chronic disease are going up among children because we are poisoning them, not because we don't have enough drugs. So
he talks about President Trump's promise to end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe. He talks about the only way to reverse this is not to seek it out after you get cancer. It's to stop poisoning each other, ourselves, so that we stop getting cancer. I mean, really, prevention is the only way to go about this, not go in and send, again, the way I see it is like inner space is send these little AI bots into our bloodstream. No, thank you.
Now, you'll remember Larry Ellison is the one who said that citizens, he's been pushing for a digital ID for years, Larry Ellison has, so that we would all be tracked and monitored using a digital ID. So he loves surveillance. And he loves this idea of AI, I think, as like a Trojan horse to lead us into a surveillance state. So remember, he was the one who said that citizens will be on their best behavior. Those are his words. When we have an AI surveillance system deployed across the United States to watch everything you do. Watch.
The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video. So if that altercation that occurred in Memphis, the chief of police would be immediately notified. It's not people that are looking at those cameras. It's AI that's looking at the camera. No. You can't do this. It would be like a shooting. That's going to be immediately, that's going to be an event that's immediately, an alarm is going to go off. It's going to be, and we're going to have supervision. In other words, every police officer is going to be supervised at all times. And the supervision will, and if there's a problem, AI will report the problem and report it to the appropriate person, whether it's the sheriff or the chief or whomever we need to take control of the situation. We have, same thing. We have drones. We just, if there's something going on in a shopping center, and I'll stop. A drone goes out there, get there way faster than a police car. There's no reason for, by the way, high-speed chases. You shouldn't have high-speed chases between cars. You just have a drone follow the car. I mean, it's very, very simple. And the new generation of autonomous drones.
Yeah. So
I'll stop, he says, because I probably have gone too far down the plot of 1984.
Citizens will be on their best behavior with AI surveillance deployed across the United States.
If you look at the WEF, where they were talking about AI in an office being able to predict like worker behavior and potential problems, like if you mix those two things together, we are now looking at pre-crime. We're looking at AI, looking at somebody's behavior, predicting that they're probably a criminal, and then alerting the authorities.
Right. And then this goes on some sort of permanent record of some individual, and if they try to apply for a job or go to college or some other issue down the line, some of this is probably in some sort of a database somewhere that's keeping them from, sort of a social credit score. I mean, this is the great fear, right? That you won't be able to get insurance. You won't be able to get a mortgage on a home because you have all of these like AI blemishes on your record. Like this is where we're heading. And this is the big concern, of course, at the border too, like biometric scanning for people coming in and out of the United States and all of this stuff. So I think we need to be very, very weary of this stuff. And we see these press conferences, like who the heck, we need to say no to this. And we need to tell President Trump, like, absolutely not.
I have not seen one person online saying, I love it, sign me up.
I
But
haven't
that's
either.
not what the algorithm shows me. So if you see anything like that, please tag me in it. I want to see.
No,
who
and this is
loves
where you
this.
hold these leaders to account. I mean, President Trump is not Jesus. I know that there are some people that think he is. He's a human being. And so, he's going to make huge mistakes. I think this is a massive mistake on day 2 of his administration. And I hope that this gets pulled back and the United States does not put any tax dollars behind this. And I want to know what the hell's going on with RFK Jr. and these cushy relationship with Bill Gates. We need answers on that. So we'll follow the story. We're not going away from that story.
All right, so it's getting on now. It's nearly 5 a.m. for me, so I think I'm going to wrap it up right here. Thank you, everybody who's staying tuned in, and I'll catch you on the next one. There you go. Goodbye for now. See you later.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All Capitol buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.